Hey, let it be known, I'm working hard when I ain't on the phone. This ain't a home, this ain't a phone. Grind never stopping, I'm keeping it cold.
What's up, you guys? Happy Friday evening. I see you guys in there. I appreciate everyone who is here supporting Dating to Marriage Support. I'm wife coach Lady Di. If you are new here, please subscribe to the channel. Also, if you could already just like the video, please like the video. If you are here to support, like this video. So we are going to get into another touchy topic today. So as you already can see, the question is, do men want women who are experienced in the bedroom? So there's a lot of men out there talking, women out there talking, high body count and all this nonsense. But really, what's really you guys' opinion on that? Because there's too many people out here saying they have a high body count, and there's too many men saying, nah, I don't want that. So, but there are some men that's like, it doesn't matter to me. That's the past. So, but what's really going on? What are your guys' thoughts? Can a man get with a woman with a higher body count? And then what is a high body count to a man or a certain type of man? Because some people could say, 5 is too much. Then you got men saying that 10 is too much. And then you got men saying that, depends on how old she is. Maybe 15 is okay. Like, what is really a high body count? And do men want? So when you have a high body count, that means that you are experienced. And go back to the question. That means that you are experienced. You're experienced in, being intimate. You should know how to do certain things already, right? Do men like women who know what to do? So as soon as you get in the bed, you already know, you got to be this way and that way. You got to do it this way and that way, right? You already hip to what you got to do as a woman. Do men like that? Or if you have like little to no experience, is that okay? Or is it boring? You get what I'm saying? And that's the thing I'm trying to get to today. I'm trying to get to that today. Do you guys think it's boring if a woman is not experienced? Because that's the big question. And that's what I'm trying to understand. Because I'm hearing too many people talking about it. What is the actual, thought process? And why do you feel that way? So if you guys have the link, please use it and call up. Let me put it in the chat. All right. So this is a call-in show. I want you guys to be able to voice your opinion and give some clarity here, because there's people out there that really want to understand this as well. Because if you're a single woman, you got to know how to move. You got to know what these guys are looking for. Majority, right? I can't speak for every man. That's not what I'm here to do. But if we have men giving their insight, maybe you'll have more clarity on what's really going on. So those of you who have the link, you could call whenever you want. I have the link in the chat. But I want to play the video, which is why I made this live today. So if you guys haven't seen it already, this is the video that got me thinking. So listen to this.
I get that most men don't want a woman with a lot of body count. I get that. But if you get somebody that has 0 or 1, then how do you expect her to know what to do? The man is supposed to show her. They're supposed to explore together, bowing his head down like she's not interested, because you have to make it interesting. You have to show her. If she has 0 body count,
but if she has a lot of body count, then what is the benefit of that again?
Well, what do we say? What's a lot? Because I know I mean, I'm sure men don't want a lady with 10.
I don't
Let's
know.
say 10.
Mac,
But even one, to me, even one is not enough.
So that's the question right there. I had posted that video a couple of days ago, and I received plenty of comments, and I was like, okay, y'all want to talk about this? Y'all got some insight. All right, I have somebody that's in the back that wants to bring some insight to this conversation. If you are ready, I'm going to add you to the stream. I see you back there. Angela is ready, you guys. Angela, when you are ready, please turn your camera on so I can, make sure that, well, you probably don't even want your camera. Okay. Do you want your camera on? All right. I'm about to add you right now. Hi.
Hi, Denisa. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I was thinking about the question, and I think that men say they don't want women who have had experience, but most men, it's been my experience that most men want you to be able to perform in the bedroom, and really the only way for you to perform is to have had previous partners to get experience.
Yeah.
And it's funny to me because most men want to go to the strip club and see the girls do those tricks, and they will mess with women that are really experienced in the street, but then they want the wife that they marry, they say they want, but they don't. Because behind closed doors, they want you to be that freak in the sheets and the lady in the streets. So how do you gain this experience if you haven't had previous experience? And this is not like the 1920s when women got married at 12 and 15. Women are now having careers and they're dating during this time and waiting to be married. So during that time, they are dating. And I think that they should. Because I believe that if you don't date and have different experiences, then when you get with your partner, you'll be feeling as if you missed out on something. And that's where all the cheating and all that stuff come in. So I don't believe men when they say they don't want that. In theory, I guess they don't want it, but in reality, that's what they want because those are the women they go for. The women that do all these tricks and, things in the bedroom. So,
yeah.
And like I said, this is not like when back in the day when women got married at 12 and 15 and that was your life partner. This is what are we in 20? We're going into 2023 now, where women are waiting to be married. They're having careers. They're doing different things with their lives. So they're dating along the way until they're ready to be married, just like men.
True. That's true. You made a lot of good points. So men, they get with a lady in the bed and they want her to do all these flips and tricks. But if she never experienced it, how she know to do all that? Because there's men out here that's not going to teach you how to do that. They're just going to let you do what you do. And then they're like, you're not satisfying me. So I'm going to go get another lady because obviously you don't know what you're doing. And I'm not here to teach you because I don't even know how to teach you. I just know what I like.
That's true. And what I find is most women don't talk to their daughters about what to do in the bedroom and how to perform and how to this and how to that. That's learned experience. I know for me, my mom never talked to me about that. I talked about it to my girlfriends and different female friends, So how do you learn if you don't have experience? So I think that men are contrary. They're saying that they want it, but they really don't. And the reality is that that's not realistic. It's unrealistic expectations to expect that to be,
Yeah. They want the pureness of it, but then, all right, you a little boring, and I don't know what to do with this. This is awkward or whatever. So that's a good point. You guys that's listening, do you agree with this? Is this something that should be thought about? because we're, Angela's saying, hey, in the bedroom, y'all want all of this stuff to happen like magic. But I'm not experienced enough to do it. So now what? I don't know how. It might take a couple years for me to do a trick or two. Right. So are you patient enough to wait? This is a very good conversation here. I appreciate you giving your insight to help everybody understand more clarity of what is really being thought about, especially with women. This is what we think about, because it's sometimes it could be a little frustrating. You're trying to do your best to please somebody, but then it's like, well, damn, am I really pleasing him, or is he faking? Because men could fake too. So thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate your insight. It was very well said. I will see you next time on my next live.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, y'all. So let me get into this chat. Thanks for showing up. If you are new here, please like this video. Let's get into that. All right, let's see what we got. What's up, Mini Cough You Chosen? What up? This should be good. Yes, it's going to be a good show. What's up, Coco K? That's the one who was in the video. What up, Big? What's up? She says, shout out to James. Yes. What's up, Stefan? You are always showing up. Thank you. Stefan says, a woman with a high body count is not a wife at all. Ooh. Damn. That's what we're saying. So, Stefan, in the chat, I want you to tell me, what is high? What is high body count? Because every man is different. That's all I want to say. Every man is different. So what is high, man? Big says all around, saying hi. Oh, man, that was probably to Angela. All right. Sounds like too much TV. So thinking that you should be experienced, is that you're saying we're watching too much TV? Is that what it is? Misery Loves Company says we can teach them that all women learn with the man that they were with. Like I said, not every man is teaching. And like Angela said too, what woman is out here, mother, grandmother, auntie, whoever, cousin, who's teaching women how to do this stuff? Because to my knowledge, ain't nobody teaching a damn thing. Fend for yourself. Big says communication is key. Anything could be taught. This is just highlighted an issue in the dating market. Anything could be taught, but who's teaching, Big, though? Who's teaching? Not every man is teaching. Misery Loves Company says facts. What up, Manit? How late you staying? I'm going to be here until it's time for me to go. This could go to 12 o'clock. So maybe midnight. We'll see how it goes. Maybe 1 o'clock. It just depends. All right. If you give me 20 minutes, I'll pull up. Yes, I'll be here for that long for sure. Big says I made some chili and it's kicking. That sounds like a trope from television. The men they get with are teaching them. The question becomes who can still who can stay still. Who can sit still? Yo, this screen. So my screen is big, but for some reason these words are small. All right, so bear with me as I read it. All right, so let me see. I wanted to play a quick video before I bring the next person in here. So let me get that going, y'all. Thanks for being here. All right, let me see what I got. So it's a lot of stuff I want to share today. So make sure you guys are staying tuned and staying in. This is going to be a great show. So let me play this. This is interesting. This video I seen, I was like, wow. The way how this man broke this down. All right. So it's so much to talk about here because it's like, is this going to be a deal breaker? All right, I got the video up. Listen to this.
Somebody comes in for a job interview, and in the last 5 years, they've had 20 jobs. How do you look at them?
It's a problem.
It's a problem. Somebody
Something's
comes for a
wrong.
job interview, and they're 32 years old, and from 22 till 32, they've worked at 2 companies. How do you look at them?
Yeah, positive.
Positive. I sit there and I say, wow. The same exact way we don't like to see people with too many jobs on their resume, we don't like to see too many boyfriends and body count on the resume.
Yes. So you see that? Did you guys hear what he was saying? I gotta play it again because it was like, wow.
Somebody comes in for a job interview, and in the last 5 years, they've had 20 jobs. How do you look at them?
It's a problem.
It's a problem. Somebody
Something's
comes for a
wrong.
job interview, and they're 32 years old, and from 22 till 32, they've worked at 2 companies. How do you look at them?
Yeah, positive.
Positive. I sit there and I say, wow. The same exact way we don't like to see people with too many jobs on their resume, we don't like to see too many boyfriends and body count on the resume.
Sorry, I was muted when I said what I said. So yeah, that concept was like mind blowing. How he put that spin on it. If you guys agree, I want you to put the checker flag, the winner flag in the chat. All right, put the winner flag in the chat. If you guys agree with that video, I want y'all to put the winner tag in the flag. Winner flag. Tongue twister, y'all. All right, so I'm going to bring up another guest, and we are going to get into it.
Hi, Lady Di. Can you hear me?
What's up?
Hey, sis. How you doing?
It's going good, yo. So you seen that video. What you think about that?
I think he was point on. You know, I feel like sex is something that's looked at super casually, and I think the way we look at it, is super subjective. It depends on who you are as a man or woman. Like if you're someone that has faith and you practice spirituality and you believe that your body is your temple, then the whole having many partners equals much experience is not really going to work for you, because you can be with one person and still have good experience. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You don't have to be with a lot of people to be experienced sexually. And then 2, all experience isn't good experience. So we can't look at ourselves as we would like a job per se. Like, and that's a good example. But let's think of something like we can't look at ourselves like a pair of panties. We wouldn't want panties that everyone else has worn. We want something fresh and new. You get what I'm saying? So I think we have to really stop looking at ourselves as just little things that aren't important, because it does matter. When you're having this experience, you have any soul ties as well. So, and then you also have that comparison, and then possible diseases and STIs, you know? So there's a lot that come with that experience and that high body count. And
Yeah.
I think people, we got to be a little bit more careful with our bodies.
We do. We do have to be very careful, because when you let so many people in, it's like, what type of, the trauma, what they call it, trauma bonding.
Mm-hmm.
What type of connection are you really getting? Are you really getting, okay, this is pleasure, or are you taking in all of their negativity? You know, because people come and they like to release during intimacy. They like to release because their day was bad, or, you know, things are going wrong for them.
Mm-hmm.
So all that energy that you're receiving, and then, you know, after that, you wonder why you feel in a certain way, because you just took all of that person's negativity that they brought in and you didn't even know it. So I think that we have to be a little bit more careful on how and who we're messing with. Now, obviously, I'm making this conversation very broad because you already know marriage is what I'm leading into. You know, people need to be married, having sex, right? But today, that's not what's happening. So I want to make this conversation very general. I'm not going to talk about, you know, being married, having sex. You know, we just going to talk. All right. We just going to talk because y'all just doing it anyway. And, you know, there's special coaching for that, to understand why you should, you know, wait till you get a husband and do what you got to do. But we're not going to get in that today. But you made a lot of valid points there. So, how do you feel about what Angela said earlier?
I I agree to some points. Like again, I believe that you can still have experience, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be with multiple people. And understanding the society that we live in, we aren't practicing things as far as what it used to be like biblically. Whereas when you would come together with your husband, you would be a virgin, and there would be a a whole ceremony to signify that you were untouched and you were pure, and that was something that the man had to look forward to. But now, I mean, both women and men are whoring themselves, and it's just like you don't have anything to look forward to. And then as far as experience, you may have a woman that is experienced, but it may not be a good experience. You may have to unteach bad experiences that she's had before being with you. So I think it's a lot that comes with it, and I think is normalized, but I'm starting to see that a lot of men are actually, they're like, no, if we had to choose, we actually would want someone who's saved themselves. So
Mm.
I think women need to understand that it's okay to wait, and you don't have to go whoring yourself around just to for experience sake. You don't have to do that.
So what Angela brought up though, she's saying that, women that don't have experience, they get into the intimacy with a man and they're not satisfied. And then that's how these men are going out getting, what they want elsewhere. So how would you go into a relationship like that with a man like that? You're not going to know he's like that, right?
Right,
If you saved yourself for marriage, you just going to get into it. You're not going to know what his desires are at the time. And
right.
then the thing is, the desires of a man is not what you might feel as pleasure. Let's
Hmm.
be real. So how would you go about you're not satisfying your spouse?
I think it's a conversation. I think we have a lot of resources to help us with almost anything that we're facing. So you have YouTube, you have sex coaches, you have books, you know what I'm saying? You have seminars, you have all of these different resources that first again a conversation. Hey babe, I wasn't too pleased when we did it this way or whatever the case may be. Can we try something else? So I think it's a conversation, and I think it's the way you approach the conversation too. Because if you
Yeah.
just come off, and say I'm not pleased, but there's no solution as how the situation can be better, then there's no resolve, and then no one is motivated to please one another. So I think it's a conversation that could be had, and I do think that there's enough resources to elevate your sexual experience with your partner if it's not initially all that.
Yeah. So, but that's the thing, we could have conversations all day, but you do know there's people out there that's not going to follow suit. So he gonna be like, "Yo, I want you to do these two things. Let's start off with that," and then she just doesn't do it. So how do you get someone to kind of like help the process, because that's an issue. Women are not doing what men want.
So I feel like if we get to the point where we're married, you are gonna be you're not marrying me because I don't listen to you and you don't listen to me. I feel like a couple that decides to be married, they hear each other out, and they're gonna be willing to work through whatever issues, sex and whatever else may arise. So I'm talking about more so people who actually want to better their marriage, and when issues arise they want to fix it. I'm talking about those people. i
Okay.
do i do believe a conversation about whatever isn't the best, and how we can get better at that thing. I think they will both be receptive, and it can work.
Okay. So that's good. Listen to that. You could do what it is that a man, let's say, might be asking. You just have to make sure that you putting in that work, because that's the big issue. Why is it that women, they don't want to be able to help please their man just as much as he should be pleasing you?
Hmm.
It definitely goes both ways. So you guys gotta make sure that when you are in a marriage, you come in full circle. You're open minded. You're not just open minded and you just got married, because there's some people that don't want to be married, right? You're open-minded to everything that's going on, as long as it's not physically harming you. Now, let me get into some of this chat. I'm sorry, you guys, I'm behind.
I got one more thing I want to add. I'm gonna be done if I can.
Okay.
I think too, it starts in the dating and courting process. If you go into a marriage and you don't know, like, what are the, I'm absolutely not going to do this, whether we're married or not, you should know those things before you get married. You know what I'm saying? So I think in the dating and courting process, these things that are non-negotiables should be talked about. So you'll already know, I'm not moving forward with you if you know that this is something that you're not going to compromise or change on. Talk about that and deal with that in the courting phase.
That's true. That's why it's important to have great communication, because when things are missed, like, we're just talking about sex, like, people think that this shit is complicated. This is not a science project. We just talking about intimacy. Why can't we get that together today? It's like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. It's uncomfortable. Is it really, or is it just your brain? Is it your brain telling you that it's uncomfortable because you haven't done certain things before? Did you really fully take it in, take all of it in, literally? Meaning, seeing if it's pleasure. That's the thing I'm saying. Like, because what happens is there's some women who are fearful. They're like, oh, I don't know if that's gonna be good. I'm scared it's gonna hurt, or whatever the case is. But is it really? Because I don't think your man is trying to hurt you. So you're doing different things just to not please him. You know, let's not make this about a man only. Let's make this about y'all both. Why don't you guys both have the full experience? Because there's certain things that the man might want you to do that might feel banging, awesome, popping. You might feel like, damn, I wish I'd done that sooner. So let's not make it like he's making you do some crazy stuff and you not with that. Like, remember when what's her name? Just Jazzy. She dates Cam Newton, or was dating him. And that interview she had, and she was like, well, he wants to do anal. And, you know, it's uncomfortable for me, but I let him do it anyway. Y'all remember that conversation? You remember that conversation, Mini Call, for You Chosen?
No, but I also think that this is a different topic as far as experience and being able to please your man, because there are so many factors as to why some people they won't do certain things, whether it be trauma, past situations, or whatever the case, or just feeling like this is too much. But no, I haven't heard that conversation, and that's a lot.
So the reason why I brought it up is because this is what we're talking about. They want women, right? This is what the first video, they want women who are experienced so they could be able to do a lot of different things. So that girl, I don't know how experienced she is per se, but he wanted her to do, you know, the do in the back. Mm-hmm. And she's like, it's uncomfortable, but I do it anyway. Like, she's basically saying the shit hurt. Mm-hmm. But because he wanted, I'm gonna do it. Mm-hmm. See, that's different. You guys could do something, but don't do something that's gonna make you feel bad. So be mindful of that. You want to please somebody, but don't please somebody where it's hurting you. So you got to have that real conversation with him. But make sure you fully get the experience first before you say him like, yeah, that hurt. Because some people are, nah, that's not gonna work. You are already dismissing it. Don't dismiss something unless you try it. You know, think of it like food. You look at food on your plate and you're like, that looks nasty. But is it? Did you try it first? Did you know?
But that's not the same. That is your anal. Like it that I just feel like that's different. And I feel like you were saying, if it's something that's morally defiling you, or you feel like, hey, I'm open to a lot of other things, but this, I don't have to try it to know that I won't like it. I'm telling you now, I'm uncomfortable. I feel like that should be honored. And I feel like too, we have to think of of things on both perspectives. If I were a man, how would I feel if my woman were telling me that? And if I were a woman as a man, would I want to be back ended? And if me putting myself in my wife's shoes, would I make a big deal out of that? It's not saying, listen, I'm going to deny you, but it's just saying, hey, this thing morally for me, I'm just not okay with it. So
Yeah.
can we do something else? I'm willing to please you, but I just don't want to do that. I think that's fair.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all don't go too crazy with what I'm saying. Like, yeah, you should be pleasing your man or whatever, but make sure you're not destroying yourself. Because then it's gonna be a different situation. Now it's like it's forced, and I don't want to say the word on here, but things that are forced, right? What is that? Don't make it a situation like that, and you're like, oh, I want to please him, so like, nah, don't do that. Just be open. So, any last thoughts that you want to say?
I'll add something. I looked up a little article before getting on here, and there were a few questions, and I'll bring something out. Like one of them is someone with a high body count in a relationship good for you? The answer was no. Now, again, this is subjective, but the article, whoever wrote the article, they says, no, someone with a high body count is not good for you. Why? As noted, a high body count indicates that someone has had a lot of sexual partners. It could mean that they are less likely to be monogamous, which is not good for a relationship if you want to be in a monogamous relationship. Additionally, someone with a high body count may be more likely to have STIs, which will not be good for your health. In addition, people with high body counts don't take dating seriously or fear commitment. Therefore, if you choose to indulge with such people, they will leave you stranded and heartbroken. Furthermore, they are not worth investing in. They will waste your time. So I think, the way that you handle your body says a lot about you as a person. And I think the example of the video where the guy is, comparing us to a resume, if you have that much experience, like, it's not that you can have good experience with 1 to 5 jobs. I don't even want to put a number on it, but you can have experience and not have a high body count is the point that I'm trying to drive. So,
and that's I think that's what some men say, like, or I think someone said it already. You can get experience because that man is going to teach you that. But see, that's not what women are thinking about. They just getting theirs. They're getting their fix. They're not like, oh, well, I had 20 partners. They not thinking about numbers. They just think about what they about to get out of it. And then they don't think about the reality of it. Yeah. You add in too many bodies just so you could get a fix. How about you fix the situation and get a husband? How about that? You don't have to have that many bodies, because it's like we as women, we get with a lot of men because some people try to find the right person, but you don't have to sleep with them. Mm-hmm. You could get with people, sure, but you don't have to sleep, because once you start sleeping with somebody, it's giving them more access, even though they don't even want to wife you. Mm-hmm. These guys are just having sex with, some of them having sex with anybody, mm-hmm. because they just try and get theirs, but you don't got to be on his plan and do what he's doing, because, if you do it too much. So I'm just going to go with a high number, like 20, 25. I have to, in this society, I got to throw those type of numbers out. I'm going to be real with you. Because let me play this clip. Matter of fact, that I'm saying that. I have to throw that high ass number, because when you see this clip that I'm about to play, you're going to be like, wow. So let's see. All right, it's about to load up. But yeah, you guys, there's women out here at a certain age bracket saying these high ass numbers. Like, how is this possible? Listen to this.
Alrighty, so what's your body count?
Would I be lying if I said like 42?
Wait, how old are you, man?
18.
8.
That's only a couple bodies per year.
Oh yeah, you're right. What about you? What's your body count?
0, but you could change that. I
Okay.
really like what you got going on. I like your
Oh,
necklace
she
and I like your eyes.
Okay, for sure.
I've been on this earth 17 years now, so I think I'm ready.
Well, you better on this earth for hollow.
Wow.
See what I'm saying? Like,
She
you
said
guys look.
42.
I'm trying to add moderators to this video, so if y'all see me looking down, I'm trying to add Stefan in here. I don't know. Stefan, say something. Listen, you guys, that's what it is. The girl said 42 or whatever. What the hell?
It's 52 weeks in a year. So she had almost a guy for every week.
Yo, let me add. I got Bruiser in the back. What up, yo?
Hey, what's going on?
What's going on? You seen that? That girl said, I think she said 42. And she young. She's the girl next to her is 17. So was she 18, 19? Like,
She said she had 42 bodies.
yeah. She did.
And she was 18. Didn't she say 18?
That's what I'm saying. Did she? Because let me play that crap again.
No, I'm
That
saying
girl
her
is
age. Her
God.
age.
Alrighty, so what's your body count?
Would I be lying if I said like 42?
Wait, how old are you now?
18.
8.
That's only a couple bodies per year.
All right, so she said she's 18.
She's probably over exaggerating.
Over exaggerating the number of bodies?
Yeah, there's no way she's getting it in like that. And then for her to respond saying there's only a couple bodies a year, like there's no way you can do a couple bodies a year with 42 from 18.
Yeah, that's what I'm. But think about like in high school. Like if let's say she's not busy in activities, doing sports or volleyball, whatever. What is she doing with her time? Because she could get that many. She could if she's not doing nothing else, right?
Well, that's 42 different men, meaning from when can we guess that she started having sex? Around what, 15, 16?
Right.
We would just have to conjure in our mind that her parents were allowing her to be out of the house around, that often to be able to get up under 42 cocks. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. Like some of these women might be honest, but some of these women, I don't know, man. It just don't seem real, but it's still nasty with it regardless.
I'm sorry. If I start giggling, because that's funny. You said this shit nasty.
I hope that a woman would not lie about her body count. And I would believe a woman if she says whatever number she's had.
Yeah. Women are lying though. That's the thing. They're gonna lie. So what J. Cole said, multiply that shit by 3. That's real because
Right.
women would literally, and there's some women that won't count a body. They're like, nah, that shit was whack. Only had it with him one time. Nah, he wasn't that cute. I can't count that. They've taken numbers off just by stupid stuff. So meanwhile, they had 20 bodies. They're gonna drop that shit down to 10, and they're gonna drop it even more because they were like, 10 don't sound good. He ain't gonna like that. Let me say 3.
Exactly. Right? So that's why I'm saying 42. If she's saying 42, I'm gonna believe you because that's nothing to brag about, even though she doesn't understand that. If it's that high, I believe it.
Yeah.
If she was 25 years old or 30 in her 30s, then maybe. But 18, a year removed from high school, she probably just graduated. To have 42 different guys, I would ask her what kind of school she went to. If she went to a 5A school, then maybe, depending, on the capacity of students in there. But if she went to like a 1A school, you may have maybe 12 or 13 to a class, and that's a mixture of men and women. But for you to have 42 guys in your vagina by the time you're 18, you have to be living with a stepmother or a grandmother or somebody. I don't think you in the house with your mother and father and you got 42 bodies on you at 18.
That's true. You made a good point. You guys, make sure you guys subscribe to Bruiser's channel. His name is Conquer Network. They put it in the chat. But yeah, you made a good point. Like, because who's watching her? Like, that means that her parents are working too much. Because there's no way you did that. Because that means that who house you going to? You can't do it but so much in a school. Like, let's be real. because that's too many people. So who are you, homeless, or what's going on?
Yeah, because you got to think about the logistics. As an 18-year-old, you didn't get it all 42 at that age of 18. There had to be a number derived off from the time you started having sex as adolescents all the way up to 18-year-old. So you got to think of the logistics. Like, how are you getting around? Are you driving? Somebody's picking you up. That's 42 different cars, 42 different people climbing through the window. Like,
right. Throwing rocks at the window and shit. Like, yo.
I agree, but it doesn't necessarily matter what school you went to. Like, Di, I know that you lived in New York, and you told me, like, young girls who started at a very young age, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you went to a particular school, but if you have access and you have privilege, you're going to parties, you're hanging out with people that are older than you, picking you up. So we've seen this stuff in movies. You know what I'm saying? I believe it. I believe if a woman is talking about her body count and it's high, I don't see why someone would brag about it, but I believe it could be high at 18, because that means that she probably started as young as and then think about our generation too, overly sexualized.
Yeah,
but then that means that women are being accountable, and I feel like she was joking. That's why she laughed. The question, would it be too high? Because women on the most part don't even talk about their body count. And if it's like that at 18, I can't see. I'm not convinced that a woman have any urgency to give out information at that, knowing how disgusting that is. I mean, women already struggle with accountability. Why would she even do that? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's true. So this comment right here, what's up, James? He has a podcast called Hit Show Podcast. Make sure you guys subscribe to Hit Show Podcast. He says, sex too easy to get for people to wait. Doesn't work in today's times. So is that an excuse why people, or women, I should say, men are just having sex just because it's too easy to get?
No, I think women always have been doing that. It ain't a matter of today's time. It's just you got social media. You got people that's just more bold and more eager to talk about it because it's becoming entertaining to get revenue off of talking about 3 or 4s, sexual promiscuity. You get what I'm saying? There's sexual liberation now, so it's more easy to talk about. It's more accepting to have a conversation about a woman instead of being married. Use it back a while back ago. A woman had to be married. You know what I'm saying? And if she talked anything about her getting buzzed down by multiple guys, it was like she was a shame to society. But now that that's gone because of technology and social media, the norm is changing. So an attack it's really an attack on masculinity, so it's just more accepted. So now everybody's like, oh, it's easier today. No, it's always been easier for women to have sex. It's got a microscope on it now.
Yeah. Now I want to play this clip. Many called, few chosen. If you have to go, please don't be shy to leave. If you want to stick around, you can stick around. All right. So let me play this clip.
You know what I believe, though? I believe all freaky girls, whores get like wiped up like that. Because to me, a man might like a good girl. A man might like a girl got a lot going for herself, successful woman, career woman, or a woman that's real motherly to raise her kids, or a woman that his mother approve of. But ain't nothing like that girl could suck that nut about you. What? The headhunter that suck the dick without you asking? This nasty. And she always frying fucking breakfast sandwiches in the morning that she fuck you, suck you dry. That's the one you want. What? That's why when some of these girls be in my comments and y'all so prudish, it's like, ew, people go with y'all? Like, you're so corny. You don't do that. I don't do this. I don't do that. You gotta listen. longer to what you don't do than what you do. Girl, get nasty. That's why I don't call you babe. I don't know. We can move on because I don't get any dick and I'm okay with it. I'm getting to know myself. I'm just working on my self-love, doing facials.
What kind of facial you talking about?
Not the good ones, motherfucker. I'm so focused.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so focused.
Playing with yourself
You
a
know
lot.
what I mean? I don't. Like, I'm in a bad spot. It's so crazy because I was such a sexual being a couple years ago. It's so crazy how your life can change. And I would constantly get on the internet and make fun of bitches like you that never get fucked. And now I'm amongst you. Incense burning, lonely ass, self-love ass bitches. And I must say, I miss the toxicity and the penis knocking against my head every other day. Let's move on. I don't need no dick. Dick need me.
That was a lot, yo. Now, before you respond, let me get into some of this chat because, ooh, girl. Big says that's why trying them on at the store is frowned upon. All right. So, what do you think about what she said? Because that's what some women are really thinking. Like what Angela said earlier today. That's what she's like. Y'all want people that's experienced. Of course. Why wouldn't a man want all these type of things? But is it worth having someone experienced versus someone that's less experienced, either zero or to low body count? What do you think?
See, that's the reason why a man is supposed to walk a woman down the aisle, because a woman's struggling being able to choose a man. A woman don't recognize that simps make up most of the male population. That's the reason why she's saying a lot of men are wifing up these women with these sexual history, because simps make up most of the population. And I think she's just getting a wake-up call. Like she said, she used to do it and she used to like it, but now she's like the other people that's not getting it. It's because she's ran out of her value. That's what that translation is. She don't have the value to choose anymore, to be picky anymore. She'd be thankful for somebody to want to smash her again because her value degraded over time. So now she's saying, I'm like you, but she didn't give you a reason or any context why she changed or why she switched up all of a sudden. She didn't just stop liking it. She admitted it that she missed it, right?
Right.
Bumping against the back of her skull or whatever. She admitted that she still like it. That hasn't changed. She, like I said, and other women lack accountability. She didn't pinpoint that part. She didn't disclose why she made the change because it's very hard to accept.
That's true. Like, it's like women are thinking of it in a different way. My thing is, after a while, so let's say you racked up, I'm throwing numbers out there, all right? Let's say you racked up 15 men, all right? You 25 years old, you have 15 guys. Don't you sit here and think like, damn, I just did every goddamn trick in the book with these dudes that's not even my husband. So when I get a husband, what is going to be special? Because I know how to do these moves and flip it this way and that way. So when I get with him, I'm already going to be experienced. But the fact that nothing will be special anymore, I thought marriage was supposed to be special. What is special now? Because you did everything. And
First thing, it ain't gonna be nothing special for her. It'll be something special for the dude. But the first thing women gotta do is take away this word, experience. They're using that as a word because it's a more pleasant word, a more polite term to use than to say ran through. You get what I'm saying? So they taking away the drama away from the word. I have experience. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No. You more ran through. That's what it is.
Let's be real. Exactly.
Just be real. So the man, somebody is really like it's just you can always remember the one who put it down the best. That's one danger. That's one of the dangers of running to that. You can always remember who put it down in the bed the best, who gave you the best. And if you happen to run into somebody that you want to, commit to and marry, he might not be able to trump that. You get what I'm saying? And if the guy knows anything like that, or if you shared any information in which we know women ain't going to be that honest, a man to know that he's not the man, he's not that doesn't belong to him. The imprint is from somebody else.
But that's the problem though. Like, so with women, I'm just going to be speaking about women right now, but I'm going to flip it soon. So with women, they're like, okay, like you said, they can't trump that. So she had like the best sexual experience with somebody else, and then she get married to someone that's like, you're not as freaky, you're not freaky enough. Now it's gonna make her want to find that again. So either it's gonna be with the one she did it with if he's available, or it's gonna be somebody else. And then now you just letting somebody in over some shit that you shouldn't have experienced anyway.
Or even more slicker way, smoother way. When she having sex with you, who do you think she's gonna be thinking about?
The mental.
In order for her to get orgasm, that's why a lot of people keep using it. Women keep using this damn excuse. Oh, most of the women don't even get an orgasm. 90% of the women, because 90% of y'all don't ran through. And your orgasm is from the guy who's putting it down, and you happen to then keep the relationship going well. So now you're expecting the other guy to come fulfill the deal. And then you just say, oh, 90% of women don't have orgasm. No. You get what I'm saying? And they end up thinking about this man in order so they can get anywhere close to having that orgasm or that feeling they once had.
So, okay. So since we're going to talk about it like that, that means that some men know how to hit that spot and then some men don't. So you found a man that can hit that spot, right? And then the man that you married don't even know where to find it, right? So that's a problem you're saying. You're like, because how do you teach? So you could teach a man to do it, but then if he's not that type of dude, not all men know how to, have sex. So how do you?
The chances of whenever you were a virgin and you having sex with a man, the chances of your body being all inclined to his measure, you know what I'm saying, his thrust, you know what I'm saying, what he's giving you, the chances of you getting an orgasm off of that guy is higher than the 25th guy that you have sex with.
Ooh. So
the
you're
more
saying
guys you have sex with, the more harder it becomes. And you start trauma bonding. You start trying to get back to that memory or that bodily feeling that you once had, and you can never get it. So you just keep racking up these counts.
So are you saying that it's loose? Like, is that what you say? So since it's looser, then you're not gonna be as pleasured. Is that what you're trying to say? Does she have a high body count?
I'm just saying a woman's body is designed to take to the man that she is having sex with. The juices, the chemistry, all that, the flow, the intimacy is there when you're having sex with this man. That's why in religion and all that stuff and spiritual talks, it's very important to be careful who you give your body to. Because you release these toxins, I forgot what they're called. You release them specifically for this person. So whenever you're coming from one person to another, man, like it's confusing your body. As a woman, it really tricks you, you know what I'm saying? And you really, it's really hard to understand. Women think they understand it. Women don't really understand it.
So it's like, it made me think of this analogy. So, like when you go to the gas station, your car deserves premium, but your ass put regular in that shit. That shit gonna fuck up, right? That's what you made me think of. So y'all getting the perfect match, and then now y'all trying to, all right, let me get this dude. This was whack. This was okay, and you trying to find this special shit. Sex is sex. You learn with each other. That's how that works. Because every man or woman that you get with is gonna be different. Now, obviously, it's similarity, but it's still different. So how about y'all just grow together and then figure out, as a man, what do you like? What do you like to see? Relay that message to her. And then as a woman, what do you like to feel like? Or how does this make you, have conversations and then make magic? Like, why it gotta be all crazy? Now, I had someone in the background ask a question saying, if a woman is experienced, right? So for a man that is experienced, ask that question. I got somebody in the back. Ask the question. No, you have to ask the question, please.
So
talk loud.
So what's the difference?
Talk louder.
So what is the difference of a man having all this experience with women and they get with that one woman and they are not being pleased? You're expecting her to do what Keisha did a couple of years ago.
So a man that's experienced, he had 10 sex partners or whatever, and he got some woman that threw it down in the bedroom, and you're like, damn, I'm wild out. But then you marry somebody that never did stuff like that. So the question is, what do you do? How do you feel with that?
You're saying a man meet a woman, but he's already sexually experienced. She's not. Is that what she's asking?
Yeah.
And how does a woman supposed to live up to
Right. There you go.
the history and experience that this man was enduring with other women?
Yes.
Well, here's the thing. And this is something a lot of women don't want to accept. When you get with a man and you commit yourself and you get in a serious relationship, you have to fulfill the things he wants, and he has to also in turn fulfill the things that you want. So even although you're not sexually experienced, you got to be like, I think you said it earlier, you got to be willing to learn. Don't knock it, until you try it. You actually had me searching for that video about Jazzy and Cam Newton. That's a very good, perfect example. You got to be able to, if you're going to, and I think in that case, it was a matter of submission.
Yeah.
You try to run from this and think it's slavery, but this is a perfect example of how it isn't slavery. It's just a matter of it's a matter of charity, doing something without anything in return, just doing something because you know that it's going to make this person feel, wonderful, like a king.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what gives him that tick. That's what makes him get up and go do the things he do. That's what makes him go around and protect the house. That's what makes him pays the bill, is because he has your respect and your loyalty.
So Bruce, what's up, Manic? I'm sorry, I brought you in middle of the conversation. What up, yo? Thanks for calling.
What up, Manic Genius?
What up? Can you hear me?
So
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you. Bruce, that video that you mentioned, do you still have it up?
I mean, no, I had it on my phone, but I watched the whole video because I wanted to keep up with the conversation while I was doing what I was doing. But that's very interesting. I didn't know she looked at it a lot like a lot of men want that woman to look at it. Like, we know you might not like it. We know you might despise it, or it might be painful. But just know that it does something for me. You get what I'm saying? And I'm going to do the things for you that I don't like doing. In return, it's all a trade-off.
True. That's true. That point.
Because you was on a panel with us when we was on a panel where the girl said she felt like she degrade herself when she go downtown or her man. It was Indy. She had to go to therapy.
I don't remember that one because that's.
No. You might not have been on that one, but
yeah,
it was so disgusting to her, and she actually ended up breaking up with a relationship because of it.
Damn.
She thought it was so disgusting, and he wanted her to do it, and it was like a deal breaker.
But did she ever, or did somebody challenge her and say, "Well, do you want him to go down on you?"
No one did.
I should have been on that damn panel. I would have asked her that question because
that would have been a real good question.
Yeah, because if you looking at it like it's disgusting, but then you want him to give you this pleasure down there with his, but then you can't do it in return, and you looking at it a different way. That's weird. So I hope she's not receiving because that's mad hypocritical. Manic. So what do you think about that? What's your thoughts? I'm sorry. What's your thoughts on this topic today? Like, men want women who are experienced. Is that true?
No. No. I think fundamentally, every guy's different, right? So by experience, some dudes, experiences, it's a good time, right? But if somebody's looking to actually be with somebody, they're gonna go beyond experience. Now, me personally, I don't care about experience. Like, I'd rather have a woman inexperienced, truthfully, because some of the points that Bruiser had mentioned, you don't want to have her already done everything, and it's just, while it might be a good time, it's just it don't hit the same. Yeah. So but this is the thing. You gotta listen to what type of guys you're dealing with. If you
Yeah.
have a guy who does, you know, because this is just my opinion and my perspective, right?
Mhm.
So, and I always say this, people disagree with me all the time. I have very different perspectives, and a lot of people have very different experiences. And I don't expect people to, you know, agree with me or even understand sometimes, because I have some big shoes. You know, a lot of people can't walk in my shoes. So that also shapes my experiences. And
What
that
does
was a
that
flex.
mean? I'm
It was
sorry.
a flex. It was a flex. I've done a lot of things in my life that are right, and I've done some things in my life that weren't so right. But the difference between me and a lot of people is I never made excuses for the things I did wrong. You know, once I recognized that they were wrong, I learned from them and made sure that I wouldn't repeat that, and did my best to not repeat it rather than justify it. So I'm not perfect, never have been, never will be, but I do have an open mindset to embrace information and take it in what's useful and filter out what's not useful. So yeah, I mean, if you're dealing with a guy who says, "Oh yeah, experiences, and I need this, this, that," that's him. And you know, it might work for him. He could be with a woman who's, you know, been out here, and it's not gonna make him feel any different. He's just like, "Hey, I'm the one that got her though," because there's guys out there just like that.
Mhm.
There's guys out here that trap women that turn around and be like, "Oh man, you know, this is I don't ever get with a girl like this, so let me just, you know, do the most." And they lock them in. They lock them in, you know, through sometimes through marriage, sometimes through pregnancy, sometimes through, you know, trying to control them and you know, dictate how they move. But you have different ways of locking somebody down. Um, Me personally, I'm a person where I believe in free will, and I've never really had a problem with, you know, somebody not really sticking around. So it's never been an issue for me to, oh, you have to do this XYZ. So it's just like, hey man, you can do whatever you want. You know, it's just if you do certain things that I disagree with, then I'm gone. And it's just simple as that.
Mhm.
Get to the
Someone,
point.
someone said, "Get to the point."
So the point is,
Oh, that
I'd
wasn't.
rather a girl. No, no. The point is that I wouldn't want to go with a whole bunch of experiences.
Thank you, Bruce. Nah, you good, yo. I just
I
wanted to
know.
put that up there.
And that's what I told you, Lady Di. There's guys like that. We told you there's a name for those guys. Those guys are simps.
Mhm.
Those guys are simps, and I'm developing some laws and principles to help men break themselves
None
out of
taken.
the simping shell, so they can optimize themselves to be husbands. Because
Yeah,
right
'cause
now
it's like
yeah, go ahead.
the men. I'm sorry, you made me think of the men that want women with these high ass body counts. It's like, yo, so everybody wanted her. I got her. Like men walking around like that.
Yes,
The
there's
hell?
a lot of men.
There's men. Most of the men.
There's a lot of men
Most
like
of the
that.
male population. Simps make up most of the male population.
Most of these red pill dudes are like that.
So those guys don't recognize the value a woman have. Women already don't recognize the value, but you have guys that align with that also as well. They don't recognize the value a woman have. That's why it's easier for them to trip up and be like a Russell Wilson and be with a woman, although he obtained a level of achievements and excellence as a man to be able to have a woman without another man's legacy imprinted in her body. He doesn't recognize that, or he does recognize it, but he's just so glued to her beauty, you know what I'm saying, and all that, these other things, like what he mentioned.
Mhm.
Status, sort of like a status thing. Oh, I got Sierra.
Mm.
Status thing that he can't see the true value of women that he can, uh, you know, get women that he can get, women that he can get hitched to, women that he can marry. You can have sex with all of those women, don't get me wrong. But the ones you marry are the ones you try to optimize yourself to be with the best possible, you know, woman you could be as far as her quality, her value, you know, a very, very low level of sexual promiscuity. So a lot of men don't know how to do that. There's a lot of men out here that just they're either too lazy or they feel like they don't qualify for those type of women. So they just play it down.
I disagree, man. I don't think Russell Wilson's issue was that he was being a simp. I think that when you reach a level of success, you understand that there's a limited pool of people you can deal with. And in that circle of pool, you're going to deal with who you run into. So clearly they were in the same circles and ran into each other and had a connection and a vibe. And so I don't really pass judgment on other people's relationships because we can see from the outside that she had a kid and she was with Future and, you know, the tabloids and whatnot. But I don't know Ciara. I don't know how she was moving. I don't know Russell Wilson. I don't know how he was moving.
I saw it. I read up on it, studied it.
But that's the tabloids. So
actually, that's true. Real is real. That's one thing you can't deny.
But what's also real is that it's tabloids.
What's up, Chantel? How are you? I know you're here. I'm sorry, y'all. Whenever you want to join, just by all means do so. All right, you guys. So continue. I'm sorry.
Just like
I was just saying that
I wasn't the man holding the camera, but I saw what the camera was showing with her and Ray J. So there's nothing. I don't have to go.
But you know, with relationships, they're more complex than what meets the eye. So you have to factor in that.
But I don't need it. But see, the thing is, for me, I don't need it to be complex for me. I could see bullshit at the first layer.
But how is it bullshit if you don't know how deep a relationship is? Because relationships,
don't matter. It's a relationship. It's about.
Let me ask you a question, Bruiser. Are relationships complex?
It don't matter.
I just answered the question.
It doesn't matter whenever it comes to
our relationships complex.
Having a body count. It don't matter how complex that relationship is that person. Because the thing about it is when I meet
the question. It's a very simple question.
When I meet a woman, I don't care about how complex her relationship was with the person she was with. I could give a damn about him.
It's not about
that. The thing I care about is you. I care about you, your history, your baggage, your mental state. How is it going to align with me? How is it going to connect with me? How are we going to be able to build chemistry? I need to know your past.
And that's my point.
I need to know your childhood history.
Those are levels of complexity that Russell Wilson factored in when he made Ciara his wife. Now we can sit up here and pass judgment on him and say that, oh, he did wrong. He could have got this supermodel over here with no kid. But we don't know. We don't know the vibes that they had, and we don't understand the level of connection that they had.
And to say that the higher you get, the more pull you shrink. That's absolutely bullshit.
I didn't say the higher you get,
the higher you get, the more your pool expand. But whenever you work at Lowe's,
somebody in your tier.
Whenever you work at Lowe's, you might have. Hold on. Whenever you work at Lowe's,
that's what I was saying. I just don't want you to misquote me.
Women, you might have the access to the women in your city or your state or whatever. And if you got enough money to travel, yeah. But when you start making millions of dollars, you got access to the fucking world.
Absolutely.
You got access to the world. So your pool increases. Don't give me this bullshit about your pool shrink.
No, it's the exclusivity. So your pool, I'm not going to be in the same room as Russell Wilson. Just like Lady Di wasn't going to be in the same room as Russell Wilson when he was single. Ciara was, and that was my point. Like, you're going to align with people. You're going to be surrounded by people. I'm talking about how relationships work. How did you meet your wife? You were in the same vicinity. You were in the same circle as her. Lady Di, how did you meet your husband? You were in the same circle as him.
Once you get yourself to a level of monetary value and resources and power,
some people don't want to trick though.
Your proximity expands. For anybody over here who played fucking Madden, whenever you get ready to pass, you got a quarterback vision. The more powerful your passer rating is, the bigger your vision is. So you don't have to just focus on people that's within that quarterback vision. You can focus on the entire field.
Yes, he could go all around the world. He could trick. He could fly women out, but some people don't want to trick. Some people don't believe in that.
So wait,
people want to meet women where they're at.
Restricted to just tricking, having access to a world, while a world of women isn't restricted to you having a trick. You can be going to vet actually and try to find a wife. I'm telling you, there's men out here that don't realize that. And a lot of men who get married to the Sierras of the world are doing it for status.
Let's get Chantel's opinion on what
Yeah.
y'all. Chantel, you want to talk
Hi.
about what you're talking about right now?
Good
I like
night,
talking about
guys.
Thursday.
This is
Hey, guys.
Hey, girl, what's up?
Sorry I'm late.
Oh,
You gonna cam up Chantel, or you just gonna make us look at the photo?
I have never met you guys. I'm so sorry. Nice meeting you too, guys. This is my first time, I think, on a panel with you guys. So
Yeah,
nice
she's the
meeting you.
content creator, y'all. I don't know if you ever seen
I
her.
got far from her content. I just going through my suggested videos and home browser. So
Yeah, definitely put her link in the chat. Subscribe to her. She has amazing content. But do you want to respond to the question, or you want to respond to what Bruiser and Manic is talking about right now?
The Russell Wilson
Yeah.
situation. I mean, I would say, yeah, Russell Wilson is a simp because he had options, you know, based on his like his status. He had options and he chose a baby mama who had a reputation of dealing with men. Sierra even has a song that says, you know, the bad boys turn her on. She tried that good boy game, and once she hit the wall, had kids, then one can say settle for Russell Wilson. So, you know, I mean, we don't know what's going on behind scenes, but what we know, based on what we know, we can kind of look at Russell Wilson sideways and say, she dissed the good boys, and then you're the one who went to marry her as a good guy, like. But that's neither here nor there. They have their millions. They're in their mansion. We over here without it. So, you know, discussing them is kind of like, what does that say about us? But the topic that you're talking about, what was the question? It's body count, right?
So it's the question is basically, so do men want women who are experienced in the bedroom?
Based on what I've been hearing from men, no, they don't want women who are experienced, because then that's an indication that she's been passed around. That's an indication that, you know, she's been used up, and a man of value wants to lead and wants to show a woman the world, you know, want him to be her first, basically, you know. Dating a woman that's like, oh, I've been there, done that. Okay, what else can he teach you? And we know as women, we want men who can teach us stuff, who can guide us. So if we're overly experienced, what can he really teach us? So I would say no, but then again, I'm not a guy, so I can't answer that.
Yeah,
So-
now we all say the same thing, essentially.
What about do you care if a man is experienced in the bedroom?
No, I mean, I would want my man to be a little bit more experienced than me, because I do want to look up to him. I want to learn from him, so I can say, oh yeah, my man, you know, put me on that, or, you know, taught me that. So I would want him to be a little bit more experienced.
That's different. There's women that would say that, and there's women that be like, no, if he can't accept my body count, I don't want him to have, you know, a body count.
I believe those women are called 304s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that men and women aren't equal. My dad taught me a long time, a key that can open many locks, or a lock that can be opened by many keys. You know, so by listening to that analogy, you know that men and women aren't equal. So yeah, my man can be experienced and he be praised by his men and by society. If I'm experienced, then I'm a 304, and I don't want to be a 304. So
yeah. So do you think women that are lying about their body count, do you know, I guess from experience talking to other women or whatever, do you know why they want to lie about it? Why they just can't be honest?
Because they know that if you have a high body count, then you're a 304. Women know within themselves. That's why they lie about it. And that's why they force men to accept their high body count. If you are okay with your high body count, we wouldn't even be having this conversation, this debate. You wouldn't even have to be, you know, arguing about the double standard if you know within yourself your high body count make you feel empowered. But it's almost as if they have to try to change society's mind and change men's mind to accept their high body count.
So yeah, it's a lot to think about. Because women they want men to accept their high body count because they're like, we're equal. You have a high body count, so.
Mhm.
But the way how you're saying, you're like, I want a man to be able to teach me, and we're not the same. So, having a high body count, first of all, is different for a woman because you are getting run through. So think of
There's a lot of factors with that. There's shame. There's bastard children that could come out of the deal.
Yeah, I was about to say there's no positive for a woman having a high body count. So like these women who advocating for that double standards to end, it's like what's the positive of a woman having a high body count?
Exactly. Like, because y'all know there's surgery where you could put your cootie coo back together. So obviously, if you having too many body counts, too many bodies, it's kind of destroying your insides. We already got to worry about when we have kids, it's making it different down there. So to like always be open up, and then you get with somebody and he's like, it's not as tight as he used to be. That's another reason why we're not wired the same. It's not the same. A man could have sex with 100 women, but his shit's still the same. So, but as a woman, no, you're damaged goods down there.
And it's not only that, but it's like when women have sex with men, we tend to have like an emotional tie. And that's why we have so much damn baggages. That's why we have so much trauma, because we're having sex with so many people. Men can have sex and not have their emotions involved. When women have sex, or emotions are involved one way or another, no matter how these women want to act like they can have sex and not get their emotions involved. And to be emotionally tied to so many men, like there's no benefits that can come from that. Like there's no plus for a woman having a high body count. Like, yeah, you can do the surgery, yeah, you can do the exercises to keep yourself tight and whatever, but all that emotional trauma and baggage, like why even risk it? And I'm yet to hear a logical argument. Like imagine we're talking to a young girl, right? Imagine we're talking to a 12-year-old. I'm yet to hear a logical argument to tell a 12-year-old why having a high body count will work in her favor.
What are y'all thoughts, guys, on what she's saying?
I never talked to a 12-year-old about her body count.
As in, if you are guiding a 12-year-old to set her up for the future, and you're telling her either
I tell her to wait to marriage. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I was. I haven't heard a logical argument. Those people who advocate for high body count, I haven't heard a logical argument for them to tell the points why having a high body count will work in their favor.
Well, it's all to mass shame, the sexual liberation, because women don't have any power, any control over their vagina. I said this before, Lady Di. Women don't have power over their vagina. So what they do is they push for laws to be created so they can take shame away. They can substitute it with this thing called sexual liberation, or women empowerment, or feminism, or whatever you want to call it. This allows women to be sexually promiscuous without anybody pointing a finger at them and say, hey, you're doing the wrong thing. Well, we don't even have to do that. Nature always wins. That's why you said somebody had to have surgery. Their body couldn't just naturally reconform back to its natural state. You had to have man-made technology to come put it back. So regardless of how many millions of dollars you're making, the thing about nature, what nature allows people to understand is you can be a Russell Wilson, you can be a Sierra. But because of nature, I'm able to understand things that you can't get away with, even with your money. Your money can keep you away from it for so long, but in the end, nature is always going to prevail.
Now, that point, that was a bar you said about women don't have control over their vagina. Chantel, I just want to ask this question because I had never heard nobody say that before. Normally, we say, or women say, women run or you have access to a woman's body because you allowed a man to come through. But Bruiser's saying no. The men have control over that. Men control that vagina. So
men have control over it.
over
I
it.
disagree, but
Okay.
Oh, then tell us why.
because you can't control anybody other than yourself. Simple as that.
That ain't gonna work. You got to be more. You got to give some details, some context on.
I mean, does everybody understand that fundamentally? You cannot control anybody but yourself.
Anybody who don't understand what I said or who disagree? You're the only one that disagree. You know.
I disagree. Yeah.
Chantel, you understand what he's saying? I ain't never heard nobody say that before. If you
That-
said
Can you clarify that? Is that you saying that men control her vagina?
Okay, so you never heard that someone say men control the vagina. You never heard the statement women don't have power over their vagina. Which one?
Both. I've never heard both.
You already heard me explain the first one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well you see the fruit that it bears when a woman has control over her vagina. You see the state of the community. You see the world. When she's calling the shots on her vagina, you have a divided nation. You have an attack on masculinity. You have multiple genders arising throughout society because a woman wants to have control. A woman wants to level herself, be equal on the same platform as the male population. What they do is, in order to get rid of shame, so this men can be promiscuous, women can be promiscuous, but there's one thing that man can accept that a woman doesn't accept. A woman doesn't accept shame for it. She doesn't want to accept shame for it. Otherwise, they wouldn't say, oh, look, it's not bad for me to be this way. Otherwise, they would be okay with talking about their body count. Otherwise, they would have the same conversations that men have amongst each other on live. Yeah, I smashed her. I smashed this. They would have those conversations and it wouldn't be a thing. It wouldn't be a question to ask for a body count.
So you're saying now that women have control over their vagina, that's where we see the sexual liberation and the high body count and the babies out of wedlock. Because when back in the days when basically a woman had to be a virgin to get married, that's what you're saying?
Right. That's why the father didn't say, hey, go out and find a husband. A father walked you down the aisle to the altar to say, I do, from cover to cover. Because you couldn't do it yourself. When a woman is faced with options, she can't make the determination mentally to choose what's the best one for her. That's why it's important for the father to walk to take her to her husband.
And that's why the man has to be the head of the household, because we see how the results of women being the head of the household now and how chaotic it is because women lead with their emotions.
That's deep, y'all, what y'all saying, because you said the father is supposed to walk his daughter down the aisle to give the access to have that anyway.
Right.
And women are just,
Basically today women are walking themselves down the aisle. And the wedding is just a facade. It's not even a thing for real. Some people don't even have a wedding. So you got to understand the dating market and see who's in control. Okay, so whoever is in control is whatever women want. Who do women want most? They want this high value man, right? They want this man that has the best resources to put them in the best position to have a successful life, a happy life, and the things they want, and to be able to build a family. So the entity is a man, right? The investors are women with resources in exchange for a return, right? So the return is what you receive back in exchange for what you invested in. A lot of women invest their body, their time, the ability to cook and clean, to be there for the man, you know what I'm saying, whenever he's at his low point, to be able to support him, which can be a negative and positive combination of both, depending on the man and how sufficient the resources are. Because a lot of women, they are conditional whenever they deal with these men. The man's resources can be consistent. He can always pay bills every month. He can protect the house every bump in the night. But a woman can say, hey, look, I don't feel like having sex. Oh, I don't feel like cooking and cleaning. Oh, I don't feel like going to the gym. I'll gain weight. Those things are conditional. When a man walks down the aisle to say, I do, he doesn't expect that. He expects that, hey, look, if I'm going to hold my end of the bargain, you're going to hold your end of the bargain. We're going to have a successful relationship. But that's not what's happening.
Yeah, that sounds really good. But, coming back to the point, you are only in control of yourself. So people can say they're going to do things, and I think that that's what we should really be focusing on is, helping people realize how to select people and how to select people that align with the vision that you have, rather than saying that, oh, if a man does this, then a woman should do this. Because anybody who's been in a long-term relationship understands that there's going to be disagreements and understands that there's going to be things where it's not even just miscommunication. It's just like, yo, this person is not, maybe the ambition is lacking, or maybe they raise their level of ambition and, their vision to just meet you and to match you. And there was no realness behind it. So I think that fundamentally you cannot control anybody else. So it doesn't matter how great you are, you're dealing with another person. And there's going to be a level of compromise. There's going to be a level of understanding if you want to make it work. And it's as simple as that.
So
when nature comes in and that says otherwise, that's what society is telling you. That's what the laws and policy and feminism is pushing. And
no, I mean, that's what reality is.
The way nature is,
experience. You can't control anybody but yourself.
The way nature is, whenever a woman see a man, and it's in the scriptures too. Whenever a woman see a man, he has the resources and everything necessary to check out the block, a woman's going to bend to that, no matter what. That's just nature.
No, that's not how it works.
A woman is not going to deny that. If that and it comes from the beginning, all the way from survivability all the way up to technology.
So this question right here is kind of what y'all talking about. Manic. Someone's Manny Coffee Chosen says, can you reconstruct your mind and spirit from all of those bodies?
Like you're saying,
accepting.
Like from a man's standpoint or from a woman's standpoint? Because I can only speak from a man's standpoint.
From a man, from you, a man. Mm-hmm.
Can you reconstruct your mind from all of those bodies that I racked up?
No,
absolutely.
Sorry, that the woman racked up. I'm talking about. That you would accept a woman with a high body count as well.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't understand the question. Would I accept a woman with a high body count? Honestly, I'm in my 30s, so I'm not expecting to run into a virgin. If you get what I'm saying. Now, the number in which I would accept, I don't even have a number on that. I'd have to really have a deep conversation with somebody, and I'd have to trust and, believe that they're being authentic with me and honest. That takes time, because it's going to take time to build my trust. Like, I can see through some bullshit. So even if I, don't give off the impression I understand, there's levels to it. So I think with open communication, I'll respect it. And I think it really is a case by case basis for me.
Okay.
Well, I know it's a case by case basis.
Chantel, do you think, and anyone that has to go, by all means, you guys can leave. But Chantel, do you think a man should accept a woman with a high body count?
Honestly, I think it depends on the guy. I think it depends on what he values, and I also think it depends on how the woman carry herself. You have a high body count. Unfortunately, you're 3 or 4. It just is what it is. Any woman who can lay down with multiple men, you just a 3 or 4. But then also it could be where it's like, she doesn't disrespect the man in public. She's not like the city mattress where all his co-workers slept with her. There's I think there's levels to it. Yeah. So it depends on the situation, and it depends on what the guy value. As Manik said, in this day and age, you're in your 30s, you're gonna find a girl with you. First of all, I doubt you're gonna find a virgin. These people having sex in middle school. I doubt you're gonna find a virgin, but you're in your 30s. You just have to see how the lady carry herself. Is she promiscuous on social media? Is she going to sleep with other men? Because I think having a high body count comes from having an addiction to new sexual partners. So even when she's in a committed relationship, she still might be addicted to having new sexual partners. So, certain things you're going to have to pay attention to. So I don't think it can be like a straightforward answer where it's like, no, do not date a woman with a high body count. I think it would just depend.
Especially if you that man that actually put it down. Like I've had conversations with women where they told me they think about that one guy and then they start getting moist. Just thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, like, so since it's an emotional attachment, that's how it's gonna be. So that's the thing, like if you're 30, should you continue to have sex until you find your husband? So like what I'm saying is there's women who I want a man, I want this, I want that, but they're always having sex with at least one person until they get the one that they want. But then you giving all of your goods to this man you don't want, but you're still waiting and looking for a husband. I think that, you know, people should definitely like, hold on, y'all. I think people should definitely be careful with that. Like if you want a husband, understand that most men are going to want you to have a low body count. Like even let's say Manic. I know he's giving women grace and excuses saying you're in 2022, 2023. And I understand that you're going to do this because society has it where you could be free. But at the same time, deep down inside, I know for a fact he would want somebody with a low body count, period. Because the woman is going to naturally compare you however you want to look at it. Just like what Bruiser was saying. They're going to think about somebody else that put it down and you just wasn't, not saying you can't do it good, but you're not that man. So,
but this is where, not to cut you off, but like, this is where, when you have certain experiences and you have results, you don't worry about that because I'm confident in my ability and what I do based on, you know, my own personal experiences and results. I'm not going to explicitly state how I know that I'm good at what I do, but I know that I'm good at what I do. So I'm not going to sit up here and be insecure and be like, oh my gosh, there was a guy that, you know, put her in a headlock and did this to her and, you know, made her do that. Like, no, I don't worry about that because I'm that guy.
It's not that you're worried about it, it's that she's the one who's worried about it.
And it's going to change her experience after our experience.
Well, okay.
I don't think
that is the simp mentality.
It's not
I
the
don't
simp
think it has
mentality.
anything to do with insecurity. Funny enough, I was just watching Andrew Tate on the Pearly Things podcast, and he talked about this. And you know, we'll throw the word insecure around because that's the word women love to use. Oh, you're insecure. That's why you don't want me with a high body count. It has nothing to do with insecurity. It's just a sense of pride. Just like how as women we wouldn't want a man who be spending on any reckless woman. Like, you know, any woman can say, yeah, she got a bag from my man. Like any woman can say, yeah, he paid my rent and he paid my car note. I'm pretty sure men don't want any men to be saying, yeah, I hit it. When Ray J came out with that one song, I Hit It First, that was like straight up disrespect. I don't even know. I think it was Kim Kardashian and
Kanye.
Yeah, that was straight up disrespectful. And Ray J know what he was doing because he know, okay, yeah, that's how you attack a man's ego. For you to be saying, yeah, I hit it first to his wife. And I mean, that's another thing too. We're not talking about no random chick that you hooking up with. We're talking about your wife. To bring your wife to your business meeting and the guy that you meeting with say, yeah, I hit that a couple nights, man, my homie hit it in the locker room. Like that's low-key disrespectful. And any man who's gonna say, yeah, I don't care about her body count, I don't care about her past, I'm a call straight up capping on that.
And hold on, let me just respond to Chantel because I think you took what I said, or maybe I didn't communicate it effectively. I'm not saying or making a justification for a woman to be out here in these streets and saying that, hey, because, you know, I'm confident, you know, it doesn't matter. I'm saying it absolutely does matter. But I'm saying I'm not going to have the mindset of like, oh, man, you know, somebody put it down better than me. You know, that's where the insecurity, that's what I'm talking about. I'm specifically speaking to that ideology that any woman I deal with, I'm thinking about the one dude that did it better than me. Like I don't think
or the 50 guys who've been in it.
Well, I'm not going to be dealing with women, and this is the problem I see a lot of times in this space is that we like to pick the most extreme and worst examples, and it's just like I don't even deal with women who are running in those spaces who are just, 304s. Because when I'm talking to a woman and like actually giving them my attention and time, I'm able to pick up on certain things that give it away. And it's just like, why would I waste my time and energy?
What things?
with 304? Huh?
What are things that give it away?
Oh, you got to pay for that. That's part of the game. I ain't about to share all my secrets. How I pick
There's
them.
no way
Be
you
effective.
talk to a woman and she give you anything that gives away her body count, unless she actually
Absolutely. Absolutely,
Yeah, I
there is.
think there's some things that can give
There's a
it away.
lot of things.
Some, but not like. So y'all know.
You get to
not-
find yourself deceived going out here. These women really know how to
Right.
finesse, man.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know they
that's
know.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I honestly think you can look at some women, not all, because some will be like, deceitful, but some of them you can look at and say, yeah, she definitely have a high body count. Like one telltale sign is their social media. If they have no problem posting naked on social media, they don't have no problem giving up, and more than likely they have a high body count.
Well, that's a way, but then there's other women in
There's a lot of ways.
rural areas that don't
There's a-
have internet
We
providers.
can talk about it in the back chat.
Alabama and Mississippi,
About to
where
put it on
girls
the internet.
don't have access to internet. And
Who don't have access to
Florida,
it?
Alabama, you got places in Alabama, Mississippi where the internet provider is not very broad like it is in this area. There's some of them are in low poverty areas, but they don't even have internet because they can't afford it. That's where I used to live at St. Stephen's, Alabama. And there's women out there just running crazy out there, and you can't really see social media to give you the determination. You're gonna say there's that's a good factor, but I'm telling you, you could be sitting here until you get into a vetting stage where you can actually go ahead and start, getting a little history, understanding a woman, getting to know her, then you'll be able to maybe reveal some things. But for the most part, you can't just look at a woman and say, "Oh, her body count is 10. Oh no, her body count is 20."
Well, you can't look at the woman and tell her specific number, but you can definitely look at her and tell if she's promiscuous.
Mm-hmm.
You can look at her how she dressed. She might not have internet, but when she show up to the date and her boobs are all the way out,
Yeah,
that's a telltale sign.
it can be
She on social media posting her cleavage all the way out, showing her ass all the time.
There's no way you can make it accurate because a woman can be dressed.
No, we're not
maybe
saying
like
to make it
size
accurate.
and be the biggest hole in the room.
Yeah, we're not saying to make it accurate, but with men being cost benefit calculators, you can look at certain things, look at how she carry herself, and automatically dismiss her just based on how, so you don't have to waste your time vetting her.
Facts.
And I want to say Manik had said it earlier, like, teaching people how to vet people. I think we waste too many times giving people the benefit of the doubt when their red flags are pasted on their foreheads.
Yeah,
and I'm guilty of it too. So it's just like, it's not something that like I just came out of the, I came out of the womb just knowing, and it's just like through experience over time. And a lot of times guys don't get a chance and have the opportunity to be able to do that because they're not listening. They're coming off like, oh, I want to present this to this woman. I want to present this package because she's attractive. I want her. And they're so focused on leading with that they're not actually listening to what that woman is saying when they're having those questions. And then there's some women who are so guarded and so closed off that they're like, hey, I'm not giving nothing off. And they have their wall up. And it's just like that. At that point, you have to make the decision, is this woman that you're interested in worth continuing this, so you can break down her wall to where she's comfortable enough to have, deeper conversations? Or is this it's not even worth it because I'm just trying to have basic level conversation and, or I'm just trying to hit, or, whatever the case may be, then you just need to leave. And I think if more men exercise their right to just walk away from situations, then people will be less frustrated. Because I have friends who, I don't want to say too many friends, but like there's people, I have a friend who wastes so much time dealing with these women, and stuff that I see immediately, it takes them 2 months to see. And I'm just like, bruh, I told you this. Like,
What are you saying?
why are you wasting her time? What I'm saying is that when we are interested in somebody, we have a vested interest in them. We're trying to get to know them, trying to find if they're, if they're going to be compatible. But some people are bad out there, on both sides, men and women. And a lot of men allow a woman's attractiveness and, how she looks, dictate how much attention that they give them rather than listening to what that woman is actually saying. And so if more men exercise that right and just walked away when, you know, it's not even red flags, but, you know, just basic common sense and conversation. If you walk away, you save that time and energy and you can dedicate that to somebody who's better in line with your vision and who's being straightforward and more honest.
There were simps.
What's that?
Those guys were simps. They can't make the right judgment because the judgment is apparent based off her attraction and her sexiness, and their urge to want to have sex, like the lady said, the urge to have sex overrides their discernment. So what are you talking about?
That's exactly what I was saying. I was just saying that if more men exercise that right to walk away.
What does that got to do with body count, though?
Because you can tell if a woman is out there being promiscuous based on conversation. You can't, like Chantel was saying, you can't tell the exact number. And I don't think anybody, but you can get a very good estimate.
So you're saying the urge to want to have sex override his discernment on whether or not he can tell that she had a high body count?
No, I didn't say that at all.
So how do you relating this to the topic, like high body count? How do you tell she had a high body count?
By having a conversation and listening to her.
Okay.
Lady Di, you understand what I'm saying?
Having a conversation and listening to her. Okay. So you have a conversation. Oh, I got a high body count. Okay, she got a high body count. Is that what you mean?
No one's going to just come out and say they have a high body count. But I'm saying most guys come in there with their agenda, trying to push their agenda and narrative rather than being intelligent and just listening to what that woman is saying based on the questions and, you know, her vibe, her body language, everything. So communication is not just verbal. Like,
so you're a lady, you're a woman. What are some details that
she knows what I'm talking about? Like, that's why she's smiling, because she's
what are some details you
she understands it.
Let somebody know that, hey, look, I got a hot body.
I know she's understanding it.
What are some details in the conversation? If a man is listening, like Manic Genius said, hey, look, you got to listen to the woman in the conversation. What are some details in that conversation that you would give out? Say, hey, look, I got a hot body count.
Hold on. Let me just. Big Smooth says it. He ain't lying. Yep. It's like dudes with game understand this, and we don't have to like break this shit down because it's really common knowledge.
What are some details, or what are some phrases or words or any sentences, any way you want to word it, that will let me know that, hey, look, I got a high body count? Because he said you just can have a conversation with a woman and you can reveal that she has a high body count. So I'm just interested to see what it is.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I was trying to do something. Chantel, are you done today? Okay, good. Thank you. All right.
Oh, she's done?
Thanks for being here, Chantel. She's busy. She got, some stuff to do tonight. Thanks for being here. You guys, make sure you subscribe to her channel. All right. So I hear both of you guys. So there are details where you could see if a woman has a body count, right? But there's hints that women will they'll say things in a conversation about how she likes it done and stuff like that, right? But I can't say that because she's saying how she likes it done, because her ass is out for attention, it don't mean that you know exactly what her body count is. You could say that it's high, yeah. But then is it really high, or is it just she just wants attention? It's like there's no known factor. People lie so much, and they like to act a certain way. Just like the video I played earlier. This 18-year-old girl, she just threw out a fucking number talking about I have 42 bodies just to be funny. Honestly, she probably was lying. So you can definitely understand that a woman has been out there, but you can never put a number to it. That's the thing. And
I can tell you, if anybody was standing across the street when they asked that question, before you even asked that question, looking at how she looked, the clothes she wear, how her leggings fit or whatever, nobody would have probably thought that she had a high body count.
We could assume that she has a high body count. We could assume that women in the strip club, right? They there to show their ass and some of them are there to show their ass, but they trying to make money, right? That don't mean that they having sex with a whole bunch of people. I can't say that that's true. I'm sorry, because people do stuff for stupid ass reasons, but they not doing shit. They just there to fucking fit in. But that don't mean that they fitting in shit, like in sex, you know? So I can't honestly say that we know someone's body count by what they look like. Not today, because people just doing shit.
Sorry, I went off. My internet went off.
Oh,
Yeah,
you did.
I definitely want to get her take on it. Did you understand what I was saying, or did you hear what I was saying?
That you can basically talk to somebody and tell if they have a high body count.
Yeah, and it's not based on just physically looking at them and what they're wearing. It's much deeper than that.
I agree with you, because we can look at the characteristics of a woman who tend to have a high body count. They tend to believe in the feminist movement. They tend to push that whole sexual liberation movement. You know, they tend to think that, yeah, we're equal to men. So in having a conversation with them, of course, nobody's going to come out straight and say, oh, I have a high body count. But if they're saying certain talking points like, oh, men and women are equal, and, you know, women can do as men can do, it is safe to assume that, okay, that's a sexual liberation, you know, someone who supports the.
Thank you, Chantel. Like,
No,
you get it.
But no, of course, everybody who supports the feminist movement is not going to have a high body count. But what I'm saying is, if somebody supports the sexual liberation movement, then there is a possibility, a strong possibility, that you may have a high body count. As a man who does not want a woman with a high body count, it is in your best interest to not rock with somebody who will march in the slut walk.
Okay, so hold on, Chantel. Opening that door of like a woman who believes in the sexual liberation and women should do what they can do what men do and equal in every aspect things. Now, that doesn't necessarily say, oh man, now she has 5 bodies. There's no mathematical calculator. But what it does allow me, it allows us to open that door of dialogue and conversations, because if she's free to talk about sexual experiences, you know, or the sexual liberation, then she'll more likely be more free to talk about her experiences. And then now we can go down that door, and then there's more questions. There's more.
On a scale from 1 to 10, if she's able, you said if she talk about sexual liberation, now she's more likely to talk about her sexual history. How likely is she willing to talk about? How can you make that discernment?
You can make that discernment. Oh, go ahead. You can answer it.
Well, your name, Bright Bruiser.
Yep.
How do you pronounce your name? Bruiser. So I don't know you, right? This is my first time interacting with you, but you said something earlier, and it's safe to assume that you're Christian, right?
No.
Who was it that said something about it's in the Bible, or was this a different
I said you can read it in the Bible, but that doesn't make any sense because
it's safe to assume that you read the Bible then, right?
I've read the Bible, but I haven't read it in a long time. But I have some.
But somewhat spiritual, somewhat educated about the Bible. That's a perfect example to say is like we don't necessarily have to be talking about something specific, but by you just making that reference that you said earlier that it's in the Bible, then that make me know, okay, then he knows about his Bible, so he's probably religious, spiritual, or something like that. Like, it's safe to jump to conclusions. Sometimes it might not be accurate, but as humans, we tend to take the path of least resistance. And when we're having conversation, trying to vet people, it is safe to jump to conclusions sometimes, especially when you're dating. So if a woman is like,
I'm not denying that. What I was saying with her earlier, what he was failing to do was, he was saying you can just have a conversation and know whether she's sexually promiscuous. And I was saying, what are the details of that? What is some examples of the conversation? And he could not answer that. And then when you came in and you answered and you said you can ask her if she says anything about, oh, all men and women are equal, bingo. Sexual liberation, bingo. Feminism, bingo. Like, those are 3 examples that I was actually hunting for. It ain't have to necessarily be those, but just some context behind, hey, look, you can have a conversation with somebody and know that they're sexual promiscuous. Give us some context on what the conversation could entail.
So check this out. I'm not going to give, I said this when we very started, like, I'm not going to give everybody the game, because the game is not meant to just be given, through these YouTube platforms to dudes who are going to use this shit the wrong way to, like, take advantage and get, what they want out of women. So I move with a certain level of, ethical code, and I have a moral standard. But I understand, and we all understand there's levels to life. There's levels to everything in which you do. So just because I can have a conversation and have that discernment of like, okay, this girl, you know, has a higher body count, you know, just because I can have that, you know, discernment doesn't mean you can. So it's just like, it's levels to life. There's levels to everything you do. There's levels to the game. And some guys don't have that game. Some guys don't have the capability. Some guys don't know how to listen. Some guys are so fixated in what they believe, how life should be and operate, that it stops them from progressing in life and being successful. And I tell women specifically, stay away from those guys, because those are not leaders. Those are guys who make complaints and bitch about the system. They bitch about anything, and they make excuses on life, and they use their bad experiences and try to shame women and try to force them in a box and try to dictate their leadership. And you cannot tell somebody what to do. You can try, but at the end of the day, you are only in control of yourself, and you should be working on yourself to make sure you're the best person possible. And when I tell women, stay away from these type of dudes, because they will lead you to a life of mediocrity or have your life in shambles, because they are not leaders. These guys are people who make excuses and complain. In life, you have to deal with reality, especially for men. So we're measured in outcomes. There's levels to game.
Can you give us what you mean
What?
by especially for men? We got to deal with reality, especially for men.
Well, because we are the one. Yeah, we approach women. Simple as that.
But so
men have to deal with reality, especially because we approach women.
If you want a woman, yeah. If you want a woman to follow your lead, you got to deal with the reality that if you want a certain woman and she doesn't want you, that's just called rejection. You got to face that reality. And
So
you
the
should
level of
face
reality is higher on the man's level. That's what you're saying.
And in the dating aspect, yeah, absolutely.
That's very interesting.
So y'all was talking about, you know, you can't tell nobody what to do. I was just having this conversation before, like you can influence someone.
Absolutely.
But if you don't influence them, most of them never they're not going to change. So you are part of how someone changes though. Can you agree to that?
Yeah, facts.
Okay.
So like, for example, like if I say some fly shit and people like it and they want to implement that in their life, they're going to do it. Now, if I say some mediocre shit and somebody else is having way better results doing what they do, why would they implement that in their life if they're having better results? So my point is that you can only control yourself. And instead of spending time, you know, shaming and bashing women that you would never even consider because they're, you know, this type of 304 or whatever, just move on and focus on the women that you would focus on. Like spend your time and energy and attention on them. And it's as simple as that. Like there's women who I can like literally look at and be like, me and her would not align just off of just the base on what she's wearing. Like, and the girl could be a dime, but it's just like, that's not what I'm into. I'm not into a woman who showcases all this, like who wears this type of, you know, and it's not to say she's a 304 or that she's a bad person. It's just that there's a lot I would have to, you know, invest in her to get her to have the mindset of like carrying herself properly out here in these streets.
But
so I'm not going to invest that time.
That's the thing though. So I'm going to use me for the example today, right? I'm just going to use me as an example. So you see me right now, right?
Yeah.
Having a healthy intellectual conversation. I'm not married. You're not with nobody. We meet on one of them damn dating apps and we'll sit down at a table. You looking at me, would you think I have a high body count?
Well, I wouldn't make that assessment based on looking at you, but I would see that you're dressed like that. And I would say she's a type of girl that I would talk to and she's carrying herself the right way. So I would be interested and we would have dialogue and conversations. And I wouldn't even start off with body count. I would start off with like, because what's more important to me is like my vision, and the vision that I have is, you know, centered generally around finances. Cause I do want to, you know, I have aspirations to create generational wealth and et cetera, and all that good stuff. So our conversation is mostly going to stem around finances. And then, you know, once we become a little bit more comfortable with each other, and if it's like, Because if we were to talk and like from the rip, you're like, yeah, I don't work, but I don't work because of this reason, and you have like, but I want to work, then it's just like that's different. You know, if you were to come and say, hey, I don't work, like I dress nice, I have a good head on my shoulders, but I don't want to work, I don't work, and I don't plan on ever working, then it's just going to be like, hey, we're going to have a great conversation. I'm going to laugh. We're going to talk about some fun shit. We're going to have an amazing time. And then it's going to be like, hey, I'm not really going to talk to you anymore because I'm not going to exhaust any more energy because I don't see a future in it.
But wait, what I'm saying is you see me. All right, cool. I'm modest. Okay, cool. I'm going to talk to you like I'm talking to you now. We're going to have a great conversation, all of that. But I could have changed. I could have been born again.
For sure.
Know that I had 30 bodies.
But I'm also not going to ask you that on the first date. I'm going to find out
when we get
later.
So you decide to marry me, and you will find out that I had 30 bodies because you know when a woman has a high body count, after a while you're gonna understand because you're like, did that move? So then, is it like fair to say that you've been cheated on? Like you've been tricked? Because you don't want a woman with a high body count. That's what I'm getting from you. You were saying I'm gonna wean that out. So now you've been tricked because I didn't tell you. You didn't ask.
Well, you went from the first date straight to marriage. So there's all that space in between, and I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna have that discernment because our conversations are gonna get so in depth, and then you're gonna feel so comfortable with me because I'm not gonna judge you. Anything you've ever done in your past that's before me, I'm not gonna judge you on it. However, you know, if you have a reason and rationale for, you know, having a high body count, like I can make some adjustments. You know, if you came back and were like, hold on. If you came back and said, hey, when I was fresh out of high school, you know, I had a boyfriend who, you know, kind of tricked me out and there's stories of this, you know, or I went out there and I didn't know myself and I was doing XYZ, but at 23 or 25, you know, I got saved and, you know, I've been living this type of lifestyle. You know, there's a lot of, you know, there's a story behind, you know, everything. And it not only, I'm not judging you, I'm just getting to know you better and understanding your rationale. So there's going to always be exceptions to the rule, but I'm not going to be tricked. I'm not going to sit up here.
You are going to be tricked. Chantel, please, can you tell Manic or whoever's listening that women know how to twist their words? Yeah, you can catch them in a lie. Sure.
I've been trying to tell him.
What Manic was just saying that, you know, you did jump from the first date to marriage.
Yeah, come on now.
In your scenario. But what he was saying that we're assuming that it's a girl who is marriage minded and who doesn't want to deceive him. No, if it's one of these 3 or 4s who want to deceive him, they will deceive you because
they won't.
They you know, they know their tricks and their ways. But if it's a young lady who has your best interests at heart and who actually wants the same thing that you want, what he said basically about having the deep conversation, hopefully anybody who is looking for marriage is having those deep conversation with their partners anyway. So what he was saying, more than likely it will come out. It might not come out directly, but you know, you have you ask her like, so how was college? And if she had 6 boyfriends freshman year, then I mean, you know, you can put 2 and 2 together. You know, if she went to a couple frat parties and stuff, you can put 2 and 2 together to see.
Facts.
I don't think it will be like, oh, he's on his wedding day and then he found out she got 50 bodies. I think if you're strategic with it, you could find out.
Yeah,
and seeing how a woman moves in her friend circle and, you know, her family and in different environments that she goes to, like you can pick up on things like, you know, a guy, you know, lingering around or giving her a certain look or, you know, her interactions, like you can pick up on that. I'm like, hey, you know, was there something there? Oh yeah,
you're gonna know, man. She's gonna hold it down. She's gonna take it to a grave. She got 30, 40 bodies, and she know that if she could reveal any of that information, and it's gonna cost her. Finally, after she waited so long and exhausted all of her value during her freaking peak of her sexual market value, and she's she's got a chance to get a winner.
Yeah,
she's not gonna fucking blow it, bro. It's just not gonna happen.
But now you're talking about a woman that's under duress. Like she
2023. These women is not doing that, bro. They moving way different. You've been out of the game for 10, 15, 12 years.
12 years out of the game. And I just got back in the game. Hold on. And I just got back in the game. And with me
back. You just legally got back in the game this year. The end of this year, this fall. You haven't been in the game, bro. And you just said yourself, you don't.
And I'm telling you, hold on. I'm telling you, I learned from my experience.
Like women. I'm telling you, I've been in this space for a long time, talking to women all the time. They just not gonna do it, bro.
I think y'all are talking about two different type of women.
Completely different. Exactly. That's my point. Exactly. Like a woman that's in duress, I'm not dealing with. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I think
Chantel.
Manik is thinking of women who actually, want coming to the table, genuine, actually want to work on the relationship. And I think you guys are thinking of women who want, they hit the wall, they need
I'm
exactly
not about that. I'm thinking about women who got a high body count, 304, been slutted out. There's a difference.
That's what I'm saying, and she need a simp to save her.
Exactly. That's not me.
And
I'm
she
not
need a
getting her
simp to
body up.
save her.
I'm talking about the sluts that wait till they get to their wall, wait till they get into the danger zone, and now they want to get married.
That's what I'm saying. I think you guys are talking about two different women. The
women.
women who want a simp to save her, they wait till they hit the wall. They've been passed around, and then now they're looking for a Russell Wilson. And Manik is probably thinking of a woman who probably have a high body count, but she's not. She's not like past the wall. She's probably still in her prime, and she's not necessarily looking for a simp to save her. But she met Manik, like him, and want to settle down with him.
The same women. She got a high
They're not
body
the same
count.
women.
She a 304. She for the streaks.
I'm not looking for a woman with a high body count. I'm also realistic.
Marry her at 25 with 30 bodies, or marry her at 35 or 40 with 30 bodies. The same bitch.
Why can't I marry her at 30 with 5 bodies?
But the difference is if they're looking for a simp to save them. I think if they're looking for a simp to save them, then they'll be deceitful. If not, they'll just be honest.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, they would just
There's women graduating in June every year in their early 20s.
But like,
if I get to a certain age, I'm not marrying nobody. I'm not entertaining any woman that's 30, 35, even close to my age. There's no way she's made it to 35 and 36 in this era of modern dating without having a high body count.
Y'all gotta understand that women are so deceitful. They don't have to hit the wall to now all of a sudden change their life. Like they want to change their life because they want to change their life. They're not gonna tell you the truth, and there's no way you're gonna find out. Like there's someone in the past that I met. It took 5 years for me to find out that this person had like 200 bodies. I would have never goddamn knew that because
girl or guy?
A girl.
Okay.
And I was like I was so shocked. Because it's not that she doesn't show that she is promiscuous. It's not that. It's just that's a lot of fucking body. How the hell you do that? Like you don't know. And just because you ask them about their college experience, that don't mean they're gonna tell you. They're gonna be like, yeah, that shit was fun, But that don't mean that they're gonna tell you, yeah, I had 6 boyfriends, I had this. The only way you're gonna find that out is if you probably ask her relatives. How many people has she
That's where you got to pay attention to conversation because you're not going to ask her for her to come out and say, yeah, I have 6. But if you're talking about college and her freshman year, she said Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. And you're like, wait, I thought Matthew was your freshman boyfriend. How is Luke also your freshman year boyfriend? Yeah. You gotta, and this is why I respect men who just sit back silently and observe. Because I know y'all are putting 2 and 2 together. Yeah, for you to expect a woman to come straight forward to you and say, I have 200 bodies, that's not going to happen. You sit back and observe. And as they always say, woman will eventually tell on herself. So you just give her the opportunity to share the stories about those frat parties and she'll eventually tell on herself.
Facts. And it goes even, deeper than that. Like,
somebody got
feet. It goes even deeper than that because not only you can kind of tell, because it doesn't always have to be a sexual conversation or revealing who's been with who and when and what in the past. You can honestly have a talk about other things. And if something's a little bit uncomfortable, there's ways in which people hesitate when they answer questions or look around, or there's subtle cues where it's like, okay, this is an uncomfortable topic, for her. And okay, I sense some hesitation, or I sense that, hey, maybe she's not being, completely forthcoming to this. And it can be having nothing to do with sex, but you know, understanding, okay, she's got her guard up. And it's just like, am I going to invest that time to break her guard down to the point where she's completely comfortable with, you know, giving me, you know, certain things. And you're right. Certain women are going to just stick to that code of being deceitful and lying, but you pick up on that shit like as a guy, because at the end of the day, we have to deal with y'all. And it's just like, you're not talking to a guy who's, 12 years out of the game. Like I've been in some like, some cabin, not living life. I was with a woman for 12 years, the same woman. So it's just like the depths and level of depth that I went into her brain, and going into her brain gives me access to all her friends and how they move too. Like the girl talk, you know, they all pillow talk. Lady Di knows it. When her friend found out, or when she found out her friend had 200 bodies, she told her husband, she was like, dang, you know, such and such. I don't tell her, you have to promise not to ever mention this, but she got 200 bodies.
Years though.
It took her 5 years.
Who was close to her?
What? What'd you say? What'd you say, Bruiser? I didn't hear what you said.
I'm saying that it took me 5 years to find out, and that's the deceitfulness I'm talking about. Like, you know, you would trust somebody to tell you the truth. Like I understand what you and Chantel are talking about. I agree to it to a certain extent. It's just that even though you can ask these questions, and sure, it might come out, but it might not. It might come out sure, and then you're like, fuck.
Yeah.
I've been, you know.
But Lady Di, she was your friend, and you didn't have a vested interest in her body count. As a guy that's actually talking to her, I would have a vested interest in finding out. And I'm not saying I would know. I'm not saying I would even get close to being able to tell that she's had 200 bodies. Like I probably wouldn't. I probably would have said, "Oh man, she's probably had like 50." It's still it's still too high for me. So it's just like
right there.
Okay.
You do know women like to talk a lot of shit, but away from their man, right? If she's telling me a lot of secrets, I should be able to know that she has had a lot of body count based off of our conversation, because it's very different from her talking to you as her man. You know what I'm saying? I should have known that, because she's gonna tell me shit that she's not gonna tell you. Like,
that speaks to your ability to listen to what she's actually saying.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say, because Lady Di, you
levels
not
to
dating her as her man. He's gonna be keeping that ear out to find out like certain information. I mean, I would hope that you're not keeping your ear out to find out what her body count is, because she's your homegirl. So how does that even?
I don't think
it's kind of like
body count. I think it's just a matter of knowing what kind of relationships and things you do. I've had a sister, had cousins. They always talk about the guys they've been with. They even have group chats amongst the girls and friends, and they even post pictures of guys they're actually about to go out on a date with. And then they have a conversation. But did you sleep with him? Was it big? Was it good?
Right. No,
these things happen. These things happen, bro. And then to act like we don't even ask questions early on is beyond me. I've always asked the girl in every relationship, when was her last relationship? That's a number. I'm getting somewhere. Okay, well, how many relationships have you been in? You know, have you ever been married? You start to break past these walls early on, man. You don't have wait.
But that's a way to find out her body count.
Exactly, Bruce. And this is the part where it gets disingenuous on YouTube, because we literally broke that down on our panel with me and the Sophisticated Jerk. We literally said that word for word. You find out their last boyfriend, and we went through that process. But this is why I'm not going to ever come out on YouTube and just give all of the game, because somebody else is going to come out here and regurgitate this and then use it the wrong way to manipulate women, and it'll just be back to, you know, it'll just be crazy out here.
To manipulate women. That's
absolutely
the negative outcome of your game. It's to manipulate women.
No, because I move with the level of ethics and morals, and I'm not out here trying to sleep with women. I'm out here, you know, actually trying to learn and educate and find somebody that aligns with my vision, because my vision doesn't work if I'm out here dealing with a whole bunch of women, because I don't have the time, because I dedicate my time and attention to productive shit, because I know that my life on earth is limited, and I'm not going to spend it entertaining a whole bunch of different joints when I only need one.
Well,
most guys don't
have one. So how does that make sense?
You said I don't have what?
You said you only want to entertain one, but you just had one and that didn't work.
Well, I don't get your point. Like, relationships don't always work. So it's like when they don't work.
Oh man, by his results, by my results.
Mhm.
Your results are suggesting that the things that you're enduring has failed.
No, I was married for 8 years. I was with my wife, total of 12, and we had a great run. We built, we had multiple properties. You know, you've been to the crib. So like we had certain levels of success, but I'm a guy with an ambition and I have an ambitious nature. I don't stop. Like, you know, I wanted to build it further. Like I have big aspirations to do, you know, big things. Just because, you know, it's just a mentality I've always had. Like I want to strive to be the best version of myself, a better version each day. And in order to do that, you have to learn and listen and grow from your experiences. So in a relationship, if you stick around long enough, you'll get to a point where people grow at different rates. And it may not have that much of an impact your first 2, 3, 4, 5 years, 6 years. For me, it had that much of an impact year 8. So until somebody's been to year 8 in their marriage, you can't pass judgment on me, because in year 6, I was a different person. Year 6, I was, oh, marriage is great. You should always look at me. Like I got, you know, multiple properties. Look at me. I have no student loan debt. Like I paid it off. Look at me. I have, you know, car paid off. Look at me. Like I have, you know, all these things. Look at me. I have 844 credit score. Like, look at me. Like year 6, but year 8, shit is different. And when you know who you are,
So
you don't let anybody hold you back.
So what you did was sort of like what Derek Jackson did. Derek Jackson, he elevated himself.
No, Derek Jackson cheated.
His woman,
that's a very big difference.
Woman wasn't aligning to what he wanted to do as far as his elevation. He got to a level to where he surpassed his wife, and he dismissed her.
No, so I was always
is that
further.
what your game entails that you say you so-called sell?
No, it's not about selling anything. It's about finding someone who authentically aligns with your vision, and someone who authentically aligns.
But after 8 years, she was unbecoming, and you said, "Oh,
no." In a relationship, as you know, there's disagreements, there's compromises, and any guy on this YouTube space can pretend and have this leadership. Oh, my woman does exactly what I say. I'm a dictator. My woman cooks, cleans, and does this. Like, I've been in a marriage. That's not the reality of life. You're dealing with a whole nother individual, and you are compromising if you are in that marriage still, because nobody is just going to let you run all over.
You're not in the marriage still, so you didn't compromise.
No, I didn't. You know, because my vision and my ambition is not going to be, you know, sacrificed because somebody doesn't want to get on board, because it's worked.
I've been around you. You're right. I did come around when you have multiple properties. Sound like you was doing very well, probably in the top 10% of earners and all that stuff. And you had a child. You think that your ambition got in the way of what's best for the child?
Did my ambition get in the way what's best for the child?
That you made your decision.
No, I think her lack of
you said
being able to follow some fly shit that's worked consistently over 8 years
and that
got her out of a relationship.
Outweighed the importance of a father and the child and the mother being in the same household together.
No, so my child is in my household, and my child goes to her household. So I'm going to be raising my child. Okay. But I think it's very disingenuous to sit up here and pass judgment on other people and how they operate in their life. Like I said from the very beginning, hold on. From the very beginning, most people are not going to agree with me because I am at a certain threshold. I've had hit certain levels of success that most people will never fucking get to. But that's the elephant in the room.
Happening. The level of success that you were trying to strive to get has separated your family. You see what it done? You see
it hasn't separated my family. It separated the nuclear family.
You said you're all about results, and you said your ambition never stops. Your ambition and your results are very telling.
So let me ask you one question. Hold on, let me just ask one question.
So have you got cake for you? Let's see what she's gonna cake for you about this time.
Hold on. Have you ever had a divorce?
Yep.
Okay, so why can't I do what you did and elevate? Why can't I be like you?
You can't do what I did because the way I did it was different, and I didn't have a child involved.
Oh, okay. So there's a.
You know why? Because I recognize whenever you have.
I thought it was to death do us part, not to death do us part. If you have a child.
What I told you earlier, people lack selflessness. And what I teach is selflessness in men. You have to have selflessness, because when you go into a marriage and you procreate and you create children that have no sway in the decisions you make, and they're completely vulnerable and innocent of the situation, you put them at a disadvantage in life, and then they grow up and be criminals. They go up and shoot each other. You took away the best optimization for them to have a successful life when you separated the household based off of your decision. So like my example, what I had with Tom Brady, he knew that all he had to do was to listen to his wife and say, hey, look, what are we going to do? I want you to be home. I want to have family. You've done enough. Is me and the kids worth, you know what I'm saying, you going out here to continue to play football? And he said, yes, it was worth it. And
do you realize you're passing a whole lot of judgment, and it's based on the situation?
I just tell you what happened.
Hold on, y'all.
Do y'all
Go ahead.
either or though? Like, I mean, Manny couldn't he have his success and have
many called, few chosen. That's a good comment.
Pardon me?
Go ahead, Chantel. Say what you were saying.
Go ahead, Chantel.
Like, why does it have to be either or? Couldn't Manny have his success and have a successful marriage at the same time? I feel like we're assuming that his success is why his marriage ended, which I'm pretty sure, Manny, correct me if I'm wrong. Is it your success that caused your marriage? Based on
no, not at all.
I'm pretty sure that's because you probably missed the point when he said that his ex-wife wasn't getting on his page.
Exactly.
So like it wasn't his success that caused his marriage to end. It was her inability to submit and get on his page.
And I consider the point he made about his wife not getting on his page. I consider the point that his ambition stops, even though the other partner stops. I considered all of those things.
Yeah, but the points of the focus on the back and forth was that his success, and even the comment on the screen, like his success, because of his success, he jeopardized his marriage. Where if I don't know his wife, obviously, just meeting you, Manic. But if your wife was submissive and followed your program, it would still be a marriage, because you're
absolutely 100% right.
So wait, hold on. Before I add, what's up, Justo? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Chantel is absolutely right.
Before I add him to respond, Manic. So can you briefly just say, did she cheat on you?
No, she didn't. She didn't cheat on me, and I didn't cheat on her.
Okay, wait. So if she didn't cheat on you, did she physically abuse you, mentally and physically abuse you?
Well, I have a very strong mind, and I don't really believe in mental abuse. I know women, everybody has their own perspective on that, but I don't believe in mental abuse.
Okay.
But physically, yes, she did get physical, and I'm smart enough to realize I have way too much to lose to go back and be physical. So once that shit happened, I'm out of there.
So that's why you got a divorce?
Absolutely.
All right.
But see, whenever I talk to people, I tend to go another layer, Lady Di. I tend to attack the layer of, okay, why did you start hitting each other?
So you didn't even listen. Hold on. Let me stop you right there, because you didn't listen to what I said. I said,
I never asked you the question in order for me to not listen.
But you assume that you said hitting each other. That implies that it was a mutual thing.
No, she said if that's the reason why you did the divorce, you said absolutely. When you say absolutely, that means it's not 90%, it's not 80%, it's 100%.
She said, did she ever get physical with you? And I said absolutely.
And then she
I addressed that.
That's the reason why y'all divorced, and you said absolutely. 100%.
Exactly. But then
I said,
when you guys hitting each other
for another layer, I don't look at the absolute 100% reason behind somebody getting divorced is because.
But I just told you I don't believe in domestic violence. I wasn't raised like that.
Put hands on each other. What was the cause? What are the details leading up to that?
Again, you're not listening. You keep saying each other, putting hands on each other, which implies it was a mutual thing.
Put hands on you. Regardless of the fact.
It's not regardless of the fact. She put hands on me. I don't stand for that, so I'm out of there.
The point of why the hell did the person hit
Lady Di, please help him understand.
Right.
I'm going to put hands on my husband. Nobody's
not getting it.
Who does that?
All right.
Please help him understand, Lady Di.
Real quick, and I want to go straight to Dusto. I want him to talk right now. I just want to say something before y'all go. We could get back to this later.
I don't got no more questions about
it. So, I didn't go deep because I just wanted to understand why the divorce happened. Now, if I come back after he responded, when I come back, I could say, hey, well, how did it lead up to it, right? I could do that, but I'm not doing that right now per se, because then we're gonna get into a whole nother topic. But
yeah, facts.
We can probably cross that later. All right, yo, what's up? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Good. So, you probably weren't here earlier, but I played a few clips on women saying that a man, they want a woman who was experienced, because if a woman is not experienced in the bedroom, you guys gonna feel that it's boring and it's not satisfying you. So the question is, do men want a woman with sexual experience? And I'm saying a woman with high body count.
Oh Lord, don't ask him that.
No, I'm gonna be real. I'm not Johnny YouTube talking points, because the talking points is gonna say you just show up on a panel and you're a man. You can be average, you can be dusty, crusty, whatever. But because she's a woman and you're some magnificent leader, because you got a microphone, she got to follow your lead, and her body count got to be 2. She got to be 110 pounds. No. Here's the deal. As a man, you can get what you can get. A lot of dudes can't attract women, so they got to take what they get, and they don't even qualify for the women with 300 body count that look good, because they can't get them. So I mean, if you can attract a woman with a low body count, then go for it. But most of them have been bent over, stuck, Ubered back to the streets repeatedly. That's just what's going on. That's what they're doing. Somebody's getting stuck tonight and Ubered right back to the streets. This is a repeated cycle. I don't know. I didn't choose the rules. I didn't choose the behavior. But the dudes ain't doing too much smart decisions either, because, I mean, look what they're doing. They're going out here sticking to 300-pound Wigosaurus baby mamas, simping after them. So what you are and what you can get is what you can get. So if you can demand this woman to be whatever, go get one who is, or get one who can at least pretend like she is. Let's be real. I'm 42.
Pretend like that's what we were talking about. Me and Bruce were talking about these women be pretending and shit like that. So pretend like she is. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Me, for example, I'm 42. Let's say I meet a woman who's 34. She's been an adult for 16 years. Let's say she got stuck for the first time at 18. And you don't want to know what the real numbers are. If her body count is 64, that just means 4 people per year, which isn't what you think it is. If you look at the amount of time, if you really go out and like see what people are doing, how many dates, how many people, you don't want to know what the numbers are. Don't ask. But what you really should not want to know is, what can this wife do for me? Can she do what I need her to do or not? And if she's been bent over, stuck over to the streets, can she still do what you need her to do? Because you're not going to know. She's not going to tell you. Now, if you get in there and there's one wall over here and the other one's over there somewhere, you got a problem. If you get in there and your whole if your whole abdomen falls in there and it's a waste of time, I mean, I get it. But the dude's talking about, man, she's been with 10 guys. Oh my God. She's been an adult for 15 years. What do you think she's been doing? Let's be real.
So, okay. All right.
I want to state the obvious. Like, Dusto state, he's 42. I'm in my 30s. So there's a difference in perspective too. And I honestly think, I know Dusto has a very realistic, perspective on it. So I said, I don't want to let Lady die.
Yeah, or date 24-year-olds or 26. Go younger, or it might be a trade-off.
Lady Di, why you think I said it's women graduating in June?
It's a trade-off, though. It's definitely a trade-off.
Every summer,
the experience thing. Go ahead, Bruiser. My bad.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say the experienced and no, women aren't asking men what they want anyway, just making up stuff. Well, they want a man who did no. What they're doing is trying to pre-qualify and think for themselves and for the man to justify the behavior or whatever. Just like the dudes coming up here saying, I'm an average man making $41,000 a year. Therefore, she got to cooperate, submit, do all this backflips. And I lead all it. No, you ain't even leading in your job.
Yeah.
You got a 16-year-old working right next to you and you're 40. Come on.
How old do they got? How old does a man got to be today? How much does he got to make to get a decent wife?
It's not all about money. Let's be real. Yeah. When you step to a woman, she don't know how much money you got.
He don't even leave where he work, and he makes 40,000. For you to
hold on. Say it again. Go back up. What you say?
For you to make the statement about his salary and where he works at and his position in the hierarchy at his job suggests that those things are important for him to have the type of woman that he's trying to get.
No, I'm just throwing it out there for the youth because of the dudes that come on YouTube. Like right. I just told everybody, men and women.
Qualifiers for a man today to say in modern dating, like, hey, look, I still have my masculinity. I haven't conformed to all this bullshit and feminism and LGBT and all this other. I'm still the straight man out here trying to find a wife. What is the qualification for him? Did he got to wait till he get to like be rich or six figures, which in nobody ever achieved?
Here's the truth. Let's say I move to, I think Chantel's in Dallas or San Antonio, somewhere in Texas. If I'm out there and I shoot hey, Chantel, what's going on? How it is. If she looks at me and she says yes, then those are the qualifications. If she looks and says no, I didn't meet the qualifications. Doesn't matter how many figures. If I'm 6'9", if we got 2 inches of meat, none of it matters. She said no. If a lady died, well, she's married. If you shoot your shot, you can say, excuse me, according to the, I'm 6'4". I played basketball in junior high school. Take a look at me with no shirt on. She says, look, no.
Facts.
You didn't qualify. Talk to another woman. If only the sources are going for you.
I think for the most part, men are doing that. They're actually getting rejected.
Yeah, as they should.
What they qualify for.
Man from 18 to 435 is not even having sex. What I'm asking you specifically,
if
you could state the things that you can have that doesn't necessarily qualify you, I'm asking you, can you in turn state the things that could increase the chances if you qualify for this woman that you want?
Okay. At the end of the day, okay, this is my opinion. Because Red Pill, I mean, they got their own. And of course, if you make $4 million, I mean, come on, let's be real. Mm-hmm. But women like men who are appealing. Somehow you walk past or something, her eyeballs light up. They like that. Women like men who are confident. Women like men who can connect. And that's usually by communication. Those supersede money. Because there are millionaires getting divorced every day. Red Pill don't want to talk about that. There are men who lead with their wallet, got all the money and all this stuff, but then they get on the problem. No. The system. That's why she left it. No, because she don't like you.
You're weak.
You don't want to be there. But it's a dude, Johnny Post Office, makes $58 a year, and she stayed with him for 21 years until he died.
Facts.
She wanted to be there. She never picked up the phone and called the system. I'm off track. I forgot what the question was.
Now you good? You cooking, Dusto?
You didn't answer the question, but you.
Yeah. The qualifications: emotional intelligence, confidence, communication, cash-a-lean, direction, leadership. What else? Abs, wood.
You said abs.
Yeah, abs gonna help. Helps with the lower body motion when you're stroking it. You know, you don't want to pass out in 3 minutes. I mean, let's be real. Because let's be real, she's been with some dudes in the gym. She had that dude Raw Dog Ronnie from the gym. I mean, I guess you ain't got to be the max performer, but you got to perform.
You don't have to be fit to do. I mean, sorry, you got to be fit, but you don't have to have 6 abs. I don't know if there's a big difference between a guy that has a 6-pack and the one that doesn't have a 6-pack, but they both work out somewhat, right? I think it's just the man on that stroke game that you're talking about. But at the same time, you guys, y'all saying that it is what it is. Women are gonna have what they have, right? But
no, that's what they are saying.
What do you mean women are gonna have what do you mean by women are gonna have what they have?
Women are adults, is what you were saying. The adults are able to do as they please. So if a woman is, let's say 25 now, so she has 15 bodies. I'm gonna just say that. You're saying because she's an adult, she's not under a roof under her parents. She is able to fulfill her needs, even if it's not with her husband, right? By the time she gets her husband, now she has a high body count because she was waiting for this person to just appear, but she never was saving herself. So if you had I don't know, do you have kids?
No.
Okay, so if you have a daughter or a son?
I got a son.
Right. So if you guys had a daughter or a niece or someone that is a female in your family, are you gonna say that you're an adult? Just make sure your ass don't get pregnant and catch a disease. Or are you gonna say, hey, I think you shouldn't just give it up to anybody, even if you think they're the one. Make sure that he's serious, whatever. Are you allowing women to be an adult and just have sex?
No, that's what our parents
That's
did.
a trick question.
That's what the baby boomers did that failed us before us. They just said it's okay to go do all that bullshit. I'm not moving like that.
No, it's a trick question.
Go ahead, Dessa.
Oh no, trick question. Children can't be controlled. They can be guided. They can be led. They can be influenced, but you can't clone yourself into the kid. And let's be real, all of us on this panel probably done some undisciplined things and stupid stuff as children, as adults, and we knew better. Now I ain't out there in the streets, but I've done some stupid stuff before. Let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
But the best thing you can do is provide the best environment, provide the best upbringing, examples, and guide her into being the wife that you want her to be. Because people follow what they see more than they follow what you say.
Mm-hmm.
But put her in position, show her something, and try to sell that to her. Then it's her decision as far as if she wants to be a wife or not.
Put more add on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, go ahead, Chantel. My bad.
I agree definitely with that, because a lot of things that I did and a lot of things that I stayed away from. I remember going to college, my dad sat me down and told me about frat parties and what go there, and I promise y'all I never stepped foot in a frat house. So as Dusty said, as Dusty Scam likely said, it's like you can't control a kid, but you can guide them and you can put them on. You can sometimes put the fear of God in them, right? A lot of times we're like, oh, you can figure it out on yourself, and you let them go out there to explore, and they end up in with the wrong crowd. So as adults, I'll definitely tell my kid to not have sex with any just random guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, life experience teaches people. Some people don't want to hear it. And I tell this to one of my friends. One of my best friends, he's a millionaire. He's a year older than me. Yeah, he can get women, no problem. He's 43. He wants younger women, 22, 23, 24, 25, whatever. I prefer a little older, at least like 30. He wants them, haven't had a whole bunch of these life experiences. I personally don't want somebody to try life experiences out on me. I want somebody battle tested that at least knows, so I don't have to have a conversation but one time.
Yeah,
they got experience saying, hey, I did something stupid. They already know. So they know I can Uber them back to the streets, or I can marry and give them my all.
But with that, I honestly think life experiences are overrated. Life experiences.
Certain life experiences are overrated.
I mean, I think they say, a wise man learns from his mistake. A wiser man learns from other people's mistake.
That was true.
I don't know. I did stupid stuff that I knew before. I knew, and I had to do it anyway. Why? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, me, it was different.
I think Dusto, like, if we're being real, I think we've all fell into that category. There's been something that you've done in life. It doesn't even have to be a sexual thing. It's just something that you've done where you knew there were consequences to the actions, but you did it anyway because you wanted to find out for yourself, or you wanted to test your curiosity. So we all fall into that category, even if we are afraid to admit it.
Yeah, I get what she's saying too. Just like I don't drink. I've never smoked any form of anything before. I saw my cousin when I was 15. I saw my cousin who's 6'7", riding like a 5-year-old's bike with crack lip stuttering. I didn't need to try crack to figure out that it worked. I took his word for it. So yeah, it can be both. Right? Go ahead.
I want to play this clip for y'all real quick.
If a guy has a preference of their body count, do you think that's
Why do you
childish?
have a preference? I was discussing this with my sister the other day. People think like preferences is just a get out card. where does your preference come from? Your preference isn't just born with you when you come into this world. Your preference is created off your environment, what you see society doing. That is how your preference is created. I never came out of the womb liking men who were just 6 foot. Society made me believe that it is normal for a guy to be taller than a woman in a relationship. So naturally, women want men who are a bit taller. Where is that preference coming from?
And your experiences.
Your preference for wanting a woman who's less experienced comes from patriarchy. It comes from women, you know, historically being policed through their sexuality and society not seeing that sex is for women. That is where your preference for having a low body count is coming from. It's coming from not wanting your boys to laugh at your face and be like, oh, beat that. Okay, yeah, you beat that, but now she's with me. Okay, so what? Like, am I going to pretend I've never been with a guy who girls have fucked before? Yeah, I have. What can I do? Like you said before, we are not possession. We are real people. So, yeah, just because you fuck 100 people doesn't mean that that girl should vanish and turn into dust. She too deserves love, respect.
I disagree with that.
I'm neutral. But somebody else can go ahead.
I'll go why I disagree, because I strongly disagree. I get what she's saying, but, you know, what society deems as correct, you know, that just shows that you're influenced by society. And, you know, and it speaks to what level of influence you are by society. If you are a leader, you know what you want. And sometimes when you don't know, you have to define that vision and define that focus on what you want. So I disagree fundamentally, because I don't think preference comes from society. I believe wholeheartedly preference comes from your experience.
Preference comes from your experience. So that means like the experience you have is going to shape what you want in life. So if you like something a certain way, now it's preferred to have this. Because if you didn't have the experience, you shouldn't have okay, I get what you're saying. That's true.
Yeah. And I'll give you a quick example, because I know we love examples on here. Respect. Like when I come into a relationship now, I'm not looking for these crazy checklist things. Like I'm big on establishing communication, establishing, you know, the roles. And, you know, after the vision is like, hey, what's your vision? What are your short-term goals? What are your long-term goals? And then if there's some mutual understanding in which we can both meet those, then it's just like, okay, now we can move a step further. But I think the foundational, you know, piece in any relationship that I'm interested in is respect first and foremost.
Okay.
You see, that's where it's, well, I mean, I know it's different for men and women, because I learned just the other day when I was on Valuetainment that trauma is perceived differently in men and women. So men should go through trauma and, you know, they get their war wounds and they come out the alpha man. When a woman go through trauma, they have too much baggage and men don't like that. So maybe I'm looking at experience from like a feminine perspective and you talking about experience from a masculine perspective. Because like when you say, you know, you want respect in a relationship, how I'm seeing it, you shouldn't have to be disrespected to know that you want respect. Respect should have just been something that was given because maybe you saw it growing up in your house, or, you know, you observe other people's relationship. And that's what I mean by like experiences can be overrated, because with those experiences we have trauma, we have baggages, and then now that's why we enter a relationship with our guards up. But to the point where the girl was saying, like, oh, the comment on the screen, this is the way who you see who a 304 is or not. And like, that's what I was thinking, because homegirl advocating, if she have 100 body count, so what? It's like, tell me you're 304 without telling me you're 304. I think it goes back to how we were wired to, if we were to like, you know, move society and move the patriarchy out of the conversation and see how our bodies are made up. As women, we were not created, if you want to believe in God, Jah, Allah, whoever you want to believe in, did not create you to receive so many men. And this is why we have so many illnesses, right? This is why as women we have having multiple sexual partner contributes to cervical cancer. Like, it's not just because, oh, the patriarchy, it's our bio, it's how God created us. And I think we're fighting so hard to be equal to men, and we're avoiding the elephant in the room that we're not equal to men, even in our makeup.
Dropping some gems.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say.
Go ahead, brother.
Oh, you can go ahead if you want to.
No, I was gonna say I'm neutral because some stuff she kind of said that I can understand. I'll explain it. I've never been a follower, me personally. I want what I want and I like what I like.
Yeah.
So I can't necessarily put myself in the shoes of followers. But one of my best friends, who passed away a few years ago, was a follower. And I understand now in the last few years, I study emotional intelligence, even on panels as I watch people's behaviors in a conversation. There are a lot of people who suffer from some form of identity crisis. They're raised by women or they look for validation. They got to be accepted, got to feel like this. And or everything's based on feeling. So what they feel today or they got something to prove. This is a big chunk of the population. So for them, all this other stuff that doesn't mean nothing about nothing matters. And I don't understand it because it doesn't even add up to nothing. 1 minute, all light-skinned people, all dark-skinned, all the white girls, the white man, and the fact. What do you want?
They want to complain.
Or then, of course, they're all oppressed victims when something goes wrong. But why can't be a person coming and saying, look, this is who I am. This is my strong points. This is my weak point. Therefore, I'm looking for this. I'm offering this. And this is where it's going to be. Even if a girl says, look, man, I've been stuck one too many times. But you know what? I can cook and I know how to serve a man. Dude might say, you know what? I can either take the L over here. She's been bent over one too many times. I can get some pliers and barbecue sauce and try to tighten it up or something. But I get cooked meals, I get cooperation, I get everything else. Or you can go out here with the 366-pound wigatocious baby mamas and deal with all them. Get your windows busted in your car. He might just take that L because that's his best options. But partially with the patriarchy thing, I mean, if the patriarchy ain't doing so well following men, go out there and follow the women in. See what kind of results you get.
Yeah.
Running around in circles from the buffet to getting bent over and Ubered to the streets to the panels yelling and trying to compete and argue with the men. And then filing complaints to talking about oppression. Don't follow the patriarchy. Go on out there.
So, I mean, to me, like with me, when I was out in the dating world, 9 years ago? Damn. So back then, it's different now. I'm so glad I was able to find somebody at that time because I don't know, y'all got to deal with some shit.
It's crazy out here.
I see, like
the ghetto,
right?
It's
so
crazy.
Much changed, like so many rights, so many different movements. It's like, damn. But you know, we're able to pick who we want just because, let's say, majority of the society is, you know, in the space where they just free and liberated and I'm gonna do what I want, accept me for who I am. That don't mean that we should be settling for the nonsense. I think if it takes you a while to find that person, then take the time, because if not, you're gonna get into a situation where your ass gonna get divorced quicker than you got that damn marriage. Or you're gonna be in a situation where, let's say for a man, you get with a woman who so-called changed with this high body count, and her ass is gonna cheat on you because she has a sexual desire that you couldn't give because I know what Bruce was saying earlier, someone trumped that shit already. Ain't nobody about to come in between that. But man, is over here confident as hell talking about, nah, you know, I'm gonna be the best. So all that stuff, you don't know what's gonna happen. Women do what the fuck they want to do when they want to do it today. So it's dangerous out here to think that someone is out there for your best interest. So I say to find the person, to see if the person that you want is going to be good for you, you got to ask them different type of questions, such as, you guys need to share the same goals. I believe in equally yoked. So let's say, Dusto, right? You want a woman who shares the same type of business ideas, right? Because you could get with a woman who don't want to do business. Then when you create this business, she ain't never gonna help you do it. She gonna be like, I don't know how to do that, and she'll be lazy. But if you get with someone that's like, okay, we're gonna do this business one day, you guys already have a mutual understanding that y'all gotta work hard, right? So she's already set apart from a woman who lazy as hell. And a lazy woman is not someone that you want. You want someone who's going to put in the work for things that may be uncomfortable. So you got to find women who going to match you in a certain space that has nothing to do with sex, nothing to do with, you know, all that other stuff. You got to meet them somewhere else. And that will wean out these badass seeds out here. What do y'all think about that?
Go ahead, Maniac.
I was just gonna say I agree with most, pretty much everything you were saying. Go ahead, Dusto.
I think there's what's on paper, and then there's what's not on paper. The statistics and stuff kind of matter because there's okay. Starting, every man knows what he needs. Every man knows what their breaking points are and what their non-negotiables are. You have to get what you need. Then there's what it is that you want. But you need to find out what that woman needs and what she wants and why. But I let a woman go years ago that I should have married because I didn't understand the power in some of the words that she said and some of what she did. Multiple times crying on the phone, telling me, look, but she had kids. So initially, nah, don't do the kid. But every other category, she scored perfect 10s.
Yeah.
And I could have took on that whole thing. But at the time, it's all the kids. There could be this, could be that. And I was miserable living in D.C. I hate that place. And I just didn't see, like, where could I actually be 5 years from now? But she called me times crying. What do I got to do to be with you? Yeah. Let me know and I'll do it. Mm. Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? Let me know what I need to do so I can. And she meant those words 100%. Yeah. If I told her, hey, meet me in a dark alley, $5,000 in a briefcase, she would have been there. That means everything.
Yeah.
Years later.
Yeah.
Her laying in the bed had a pillow that she named after me. It'll say good night and kiss the pillow every night. That woman wouldn't have went nowhere.
Wait, hold on.
No.
Pillow, all that stuff. That's a little possessive. I don't know about that one.
Nah, that's cute.
100%.
That's cute. That's cheesy.
She wanted to be where I was.
You better take some notes, Lady Di.
All the other talking points, the stuff, the taller dude, all that stuff didn't matter. She wanted to be with this person right here for who he was.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something about that. This is why I don't agree with. It's cute. I could agree that it's cute, but you never want a person who's possessive over you because when shit go down, not saying that you did her wrong, but she's gonna go crazy, and that's when snapped situations are gonna come into play. I don't agree with people being so emotionally invested into somebody like that. Because think about like when you lost money, right? We love our money because we got to pay our bills. You go fucking crazy when that shit is lost because you got to pay this. Now you can't pay it. When you in a relationship, fuck that. You don't need to be invested in that space because mental illness is real. People really go through shit. I
disagree.
Wait,
hold on. Let me tell you why I disagree after. Go ahead, Lady Di. I disagree with you.
They get depressed over little silly shit because let's say it's Dusto, you the best man she ever had, but you pissed her the fuck off over something that you didn't even know. And because she's so possessive over you, she's gonna take that shit and she's gonna destroy something of yours because her brain attacked reality of like, okay, I shouldn't do that. People go into a certain mental space that they can't come out of. I've seen it happen.
But why are you assuming she's possessive?
Yeah.
Hear me out. Two things. Number one, fast forward, where is she now? Married and totally submissive to someone else, which means this was a wife because she is one now.
Yeah, that's what
I'm saying. Philadelphia Eagles stuff. She's on camera, on Facebook, wearing Philadelphia Eagles jerseys. Family wearing them too. She had another baby, showed that I'm gonna lose all this baby weight, meaning she is exactly who she said she was. And the other thing was, the reason that she was like that with me is because she knew the person that I was.
Yeah,
it wasn't just possessive. It was this person. I believe in this person. I'm willing to give 100%. I let it go. She's giving 100% to somebody else.
May I ask him, likely, why didn't you marry her?
The kids, you said, right?
No, I'd say it. I fumbled. Part of it was the kids, because at that time, I'm miserable in DC. I hate my job. I hate DC. I don't see myself. I got roommate. We getting along and everything, but I didn't see. This is a situation I can say, hey, come on down, move here. Do this, 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 and this, and we're going to move. How am I explain that to a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old? Hey, I got this. But what I didn't see, what I see as I'm older, see now is I didn't need all that. All I needed was her saying, look, I'll do it.
Yeah.
And she is everything that she said she was.
Yeah.
So it's just a lesson learned.
And that's why.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Chantel.
Yeah, like I wouldn't describe her as possessive. Like I while you were talking, I think of her as like, you know, a submissive woman who wants to follow your leadership, especially with that when you said 50K in a bag. She sounds like a ride or die, and I mean that's what most men say that they want.
It's what we want.
But so I'm gonna tell you something. There's levels to that. Go ahead, Manic, and I want to respond to you guys.
Yeah. So what I was saying, it was cute, like, and it's not possessive. You know, possessive is such a strong word, and it means so much. But at the end of the day, she recognized who Dusto was outside of, you know, the surface exterior, what we see and what he presents to the world. Like there was a level of connection that he allowed her into. And I'm sure there was a level of connection that she allowed him into. And she was like, this is what I want. You know, I'm willing to do, like what Dusto said, whatever to make it work with you. And to Dusto's point is at the time, you know, I'll just say a lack of, you know, maturity, because you see things completely different now. You weren't able to capitalize on that at the time. But at the end of the day, you know, when you move the way you're supposed to move and you're not influenced by society and what everybody else thinks, you know, it just makes life so much easier because you're not worried about like, oh, what are the boys going to think? Oh, what is society going to call me? Oh, society's going to call me a simp. Like, fuck society. Most of these motherfuckers are broke anyway. They don't got their shit together. So it's just like, why would I listen to a motherfucker who, I'm sorry for cursing so much, but why would I listen to somebody who doesn't have the results that I have? Why would I listen to somebody preaching to me on divorce who's been divorced? So like, why would I even take that into consideration? So, and then there was one other thing I disagree with Lady Di. Like, I'm not saying that I'm going to come into any woman's situation and be like, I'm the best ever. No, it's just that I'm confident in what I do. And I'm confident in that, you know, it's not even about having complaints. It's about getting to the job and getting it done. So it's like, I've never had any issues with that. And, you know, a lot of that speaks solely from just my experience, you know, with my ex-wife. Like, we got it in. So it's just like, and I understand that every woman is different and it's a unique, you know, experience with each woman, and certain things, you know, trigger other women more than others. But when you kind of figured it out, you know, it's not rocket science.
Okay. Thanks you guys for whoever's in the chat, new faces I see. I appreciate that. And I thank you guys for, you know, dropping these comments and having insightful conversations behind there. So like in a perfect world, someone that adores you that much to have you know, you want a pillowcase and stuff is nice, but mental health is big, right? So the reason why I'm saying this is because I've seen it actually happen. One in particular, a person that's very invested like that, it's like they can't do nothing without you in a certain way. So there's a woman who she used to have a pillowcase of a celebrity on her pillow. She's married to a man, right? But her pillowcase wasn't of her man. Her pillowcase was of another man, but it was a celebrity man. And at first I was like, yeah, that's disrespectful, period. Very disrespectful. But, you know, the possession, why I said possession, because you know what she used to do? She would follow that person. So she'll be on the social media. Everywhere he was, she went to. And this is not even somebody that she's married to. It's just that she looks at him in that higher value. Like I'm not saying the lady that she was with is not a wife. I never said that she wasn't a wife. I was just saying having that type of mental understanding of like, I adore you that much. I want to do everything you do. She wanted to do everything that this celebrity was doing, that she followed this celebrity everywhere he went. If it was close to her, she was going. There was like 20 pictures of her and the celebrity that she would go and then be backstage. That's a possessive mindset. Then I have another person that I know that was so emotionally invested into a woman. Okay. And when situations went and hit the fan, you know, there was a lot of things where I can't even say it on here. Situations where someone wanted to, what is it, self-deletion, you know, they wanted to do that because they was so goddamn invested that when that person did something wrong, it's like, no, you can't do that to me. I gotta do something about it.
May I add?
Because
I hear what you're saying, Lady Di, but after hearing scam like this, and I think this is one big issue we have. We always seem to focus on the worst case scenarios of things. Because after hearing scam like this situation, and when she had his face on the pillow, I'm on Amazon trying to custom make a pillow so I can put my man's face on the pillow. I don't have mental issues. I'm not obsessive. I just want to put my man's face on the pillow. That's cute. That's cheesy. I am cheesy. But like to be hearing these cute, cheesy things, and then we jump to the worst case scenario, we say, oh, you're possessive. And this is the issue that we have when we get these relationship advice. It's always hide money under the mattress, have your get vex money, never love him too much, because if you do, you're going to be clingy. All of these things that men want when their women are somewhat obsessed with them. I don't watch one Cowboy games, but guess who's my favorite team? The Cowboys. Why? Because that's my man's favorite team. Now somebody will say, oh, you don't have a mind of your own. Say that. I'm whatever team my man say it is. Like, why can't we start promoting, like, supporting our men and, like, you know, putting his face on the pillow? It's cheesy. Yeah, he gonna look at me sideways, but best believe I'm gonna do it.
So
he's gonna appreciate that, even if he don't say it.
Hold on one second.
Go ahead.
I agree with Chantel. Okay, I agree that she's fully invested, and I don't believe Chantel will become possessive. But you know what's happening? The reason why I say that, and I go to the extreme, because that's the reality. Right? You don't know what type of mind tricks that's going to happen naturally. You're going to be.
But whose reality is it?
It's not. No, it's everybody's reality. A lot of people.
No, that's the worst case scenario. No, it's not my reality. Because if I was the one, say I was the one who said the story, say it wasn't scam likely, and I was the one who said I put my man's face on the pillow, would you automatically assume? Would you say the word possessive?
Yeah, it could go both ways.
But I'm not possessive. So that's what I'm saying. Why is being possessive the reality? Why is the worst case scenario what we go to when we
agree with Chantel.
I do too.
This is how I look at it. You could do what you want. I'm not saying you can't do that, and I'm not saying no one can do it. I said be careful. So, for example, if a woman go out in the street in an alley, right, and she's wearing provocative clothes, she put herself out there, right? So maybe someone's gonna come after her and do that, okay? So when it comes, I'm a big firm believer on mental health. It's a very tricky mind, and it's sometimes it gets the best of people. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. You might not have it. Maybe the one that Justo was with may not have that situation. But sometimes when people are too fully invested into anything, it's not just a relationship. Stuff like that happens because it's just the mind playing tricks on you, because you have a situation where you feel like if it's not this, I'm gonna go ballistic. It's just natural. It's a natural thing that can happen to your mind.
So here is why I have an issue with the whole thing, because for years dating, I was told, never do this because then it will make you seem too clingy or it make you seem possessive. And then it got me going into relationships with my guards up and not loving how I, was made to be loved as a nurturing energy. So because of advice like, oh, you don't want to seem too possessive. So when you hear something cute, there are people out there that is possessive. I mean, like, we have some crazy women out there, but we can't just be assuming that's the first thing we assume when we hear a cheesy story, because then it damages the psyche of our young women and it allows us to go out in relationships with our guards up. Let's start pushing the positive. Let's start pushing the positive side of showing your man that you actually love him and doing these cheesy things and not just assume the worst.
Yeah,
I agree with not
I
only
just
do
wanna
I
say
agree with Chantel, but this very case,
yeah,
I'm a Saints fan. I showed up. I got her a gift on my birthday. My own birthday sent her a gift because I never asked for anything because she spoiled me every time I saw her anyway. I show up on her birthday. I had a New Orleans Saints bag I loved to death, and it ripped apart. I was mad as hell. Told her that on the phone. I show up to her place. I got a brand new Saints bag waiting on me. She was already committed. I'm dating this dude. He got a black and gold Mustang with a black top. She's now a Saints fan. She went and got married, and he's an Eagles fan. Her and the kids got Eagles jerseys on Facebook. It's not that case. I agree with Chantel says, and it played out the exact way. She decided, okay, I can't be with Dusto. She found another man. I can't be with this one. She shifted. All that energy and submission went to someone else. I haven't been stalked, windows busted, not on YouTube. She didn't call the system on me.
Because that's what submission is like, and that's what getting under your man is like what it's gonna look like you in the household, and you're an Eagles fan and she's a Cowboys fan, and yes, she can have her favorite team, but I don't see anything wrong with your team becoming her team. I think that's just a woman who wants to be on their leadership.
Yeah,
and Chantel,
that false narrative thing. It's the same thing when the red pill dudes are saying, "Well, you don't ever get married because they're all going to take half. They're all modern women and they're going to call the system on you." It's the same one.
No,
there are some people who don't do this stuff.
I'm just making it aware. Y'all could take it how y'all want. I'm not saying, Chantel, you are going to be a possessive person, because that might not be your spirit or your character. I get that. I'm just making it aware because there are people who are suffering from mental illness, and I'm a big fan of that. So I'm going to say it because mental health is there. So people are depressed on a daily basis, popping pills. That's reality. I'm not saying, hey, don't make a pillowcase for your man because you're going to be a possessive demon. No, I'm saying that people are out here really suffering with mental illness for real. So I'm going to say it, and I'm not, no one doing no YouTube talking points. I'm being real. This is what I've been seeing, and people walking around that you know today in their medicine cabinet popping pills. All right, they're suffering.
But do you understand? Do you understand how putting the disclaimer of the worst case scenario can cause us to be so jaded in entering relationships?
Yeah, I could agree.
And Lady Di, honestly,
can I say something?
I've been waiting too patiently. So hold on. Hold on. Let me just say what I gotta say.
I just waited for 25 minutes. I haven't said.
I've been waiting the same amount of time on this particular subject.
Okay, hold on.
All I want to say,
Bruiser. Wait, Manic. He actually was waiting forever. Okay.
I don't want to change the subject, so I just want to stick to this.
I'm not going to change the subject.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead, Bruiser.
No, I'm saying I agree with you, Lady. It's not a matter of it being a worst case scenario or putting it on them or making them feel jaded or a woman need to be able to take down her guard. I would advocate that a woman need to actually put her guard up, given the circumstances of the community, how promiscuous and how damaging trauma bonding is whenever you try to get into a relationship, because you so emotionally invested in this person, purchasing pillows and all kind of shit. Like, you need to cut the shit. If this dude is not trying to be with you, fucking move on. Move the hell on, because the next person that's going to try to be with you, he's going to have to unravel all the bullshit that this guy took you through.
So what if it's a guy that's trying to
she moved on. Yeah, she did.
And Brother, what if it's a guy that's trying to be with you?
And at the time, we were trying to be with each other. At the time,
you said if a guy is not trying to be with you, don't buy pillowcases. I'm asking, what if it's a guy that's trying to be with you?
If it's a guy that's trying to be with you, make sure it's official. Make sure you're actually in a committed. Make sure you're actually in a committed relationship and you're taking the necessary steps to get married.
And yeah, so if it's that, then that's a situation. So then
A lot of women like to go all the way 100 before they even say
and this is what I mean by worst.
And give them a ring before they say I do.
This is what I mean by worst case scenario. When we have these conversations, we're going to assume it's a guy that does not want to be with you, or it's a guy that you are more committed to than he's committed to you. When we have these conversations, why can't we assume that it's both marriage-minded people equally interested in each other and trying to date effectively?
Because when you're all over the place, you got to pick a side. You got to understand something. You got to believe in something. Stand.
No, I'm saying when we have these conversations, why do we always assume?
It's either you put yourself in a position to get married or you don't.
So why do we always assume it's a guy that's not trying to be with you? Like you say, you do
because the man is the one chooses who get married and the woman chooses who can have sex.
So why don't we assume it's a man who want to get married? You just said you're doing all of these things for a man who don't want to be with you. Why did you jump to that conclusion that it's a man that don't want to be with you?
Because the man chooses who get married.
So what if it's a man who wants to get married? That's what I'm asking.
If the man wants to get married and you wanting to marry him, you wanting to say I do when they get on the knee, then move forward. But if that ain't happening, I don't see no reason why you should be going around here putting faces on pillows and shit.
What if it's a man that is wanting to marry?
People even go to a point where they're getting tattoos and shit. Like,
are you not understanding my question?
Yeah, Chantel, I'm gonna answer your question when you
please answer it, Manny.
Okay, let me just answer. I'm gonna answer really quickly. What she's saying. Listen. Check us out. So to answer her question, people they think of the worst case scenario because they're looking at the glass half empty instead of half full. You know, your perspective on life is based on your experiences. If you live in misery and you have bad experiences and you look at the world as being so warped, you're going to have a negative outlook on just about everything. Something as cute and as simple as having a pillow that you nickname the guy that you're very interested in, dating, married. You don't have to be married to the person. If you're very much interested in that person, you want something, to move forward, that's cute. If a woman did that for me, I would look at that as cute. Dusto would look at that as cute. But, Bruiser wouldn't. So it's just like you got 2 out of 3 dudes that think that is cute. So, Lady Di, I get what you were saying.
My husband wouldn't either. He
okay.
With Bruiser. So that's
your husband's going to support what you say. My daughter, Lady Di, I do understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying though, that there is, the aspect of mental health, and if things are like to that crazy threshold, then it's like you should be careful. And I get the warning, so I understood where you were coming from. But what Chantel was saying is, why is it when we get into these spaces of men and women in relationships, we always go to the negative aspect of it, instead of it being just a pure thing that, man, this person really liked this person. We always look to the extreme of negativity rather than positivity.
Yeah, I said nothing negative about the woman.
Yeah,
that's why I'm confused. Why we
everything she did was correct.
And you said that you were reciprocating. That's why when we said possessive, I was confused.
Huh?
Did you marry the woman who put your face on her pillow?
He didn't.
No.
In the fucking story.
You're missing the point.
But he said that they were dating with intention, but he didn't marry because he didn't want to stay in the state.
Right. Who's the one? I'm the one saying I'm the one who messed it up. I'm taking responsibility.
The fact
she did everything she was supposed to do.
The bottom line is to get married and stop fucking playing around.
So you're saying don't buy the milk, don't buy the call if you can't get the
milk. That's just Dusto now.
Y'all out here playing
but he's sharing a genuine experience. Like, this is why people don't learn.
So you're basically saying in dating, don't do anything nice for a man until he marries you?
This is why I sound so red pill.
I'm anti-red pill, so I hate the red pill movement.
I'm not nothing to do with red pill. You talking to me, Bruiser? It ain't got nothing to do with no fucking pill.
But Bruiser, when I came
out here doing this, you got people out here that do this stuff, bro. I know it. I'm not a fucking stranger to this. I see people doing this shit all the time, getting fucking tattoos, getting all this stuff about this person. And they not even in a fucking relationship.
Bruiser, you're missing the point. The point is, she came, she saw me. Hey, this is a husband. This is the person I want to be my husband. What did I do? Looked up at the stars and the moon, and I fumbled. She did everything she was supposed to do. I messed up. Did I know? No. What I know now? Yes. But it's 6 years later.
Did y'all have sex?
If I knew what I knew then, yes, I'd have been married. But I didn't know.
Did y'all have sex?
Of course they did.
Yeah.
They were together for a long time.
Yes. Here we go with spiritual.
Gave you her body. She gave you whatever amount it took to buy a pillow and put your face on it, all this other shit.
All right, so I'm going to red pill jail.
You said no. And you said no.
What's the penalty?
And you said no, right?
I agree with what Manik said earlier. I think a lot of times when we have these conversations, a lot of people come from a place of keep your guards up and don't trust, because men are going to screw you over and women are going to screw you over. So enter relationship with your guards up. And then we wonder why dating is so trash. Like Duster said nothing negative about this young lady. He
I
was just
never
sharing
will.
his experience, and he said he fumbled the bag. The
Yeah,
fact that
how'd y'all miss
possessive
that?
came up and she should have never put his face. It's like,
Hold on.
should we not do anything nice for men that we're dating?
I know.
Look, that's the problem. Women are doing. That's the problem.
let
We're
me
trying to tell
respond.
you. Women are being too nice out here in these streets. That's why they're getting screwed over by the Pookies and Ray Rays and all these other niggas that don't even want to
Bruiser,
marry
ain't
you.
no Pookie or Ray Ray. People,
Let me-
every relationship doesn't work.
You a Pookie. If she giving you a box,
This guy.
trying to get
You calling it
her
Desto.
next-
I don't want to put your business out
you
there,
ain't
but
taking it to the next
Desto, you work out, you make
God
bread,
damn, bro.
like
You a part of the problem out here.
All right, look, y'all. Listen, what I
This guy.
say. I never
the
so
audacity.
my warning wasn't to Dusto. That's not his problem because she puts a pillow, his face on the pillow. That's not a him problem. I was warning the person that's doing it. I'm saying, hey, I didn't say you can't be with them. I never said that. You could be with someone that puts a face on their pillow. Sure, that's cute as hell. That's
Nobody's saying
towards you. I'm saying
Okay,
that
you agree with us now, lady. That's what's up.
the person who's doing it, I'm saying, hey, be mindful about what you're doing because, right? Like I said, I'm talking about mental health. This is what people don't talk about. When you go on other platforms, who the hell is talking about mental health? Nobody. I'm talking about mental health because that is reality of life. I'm not saying you can't do nothing nice. I'm not saying you can't do it. I just said be mindful of your brain and what can happen to that when you get totally invested in that situation. That's just a warning. Now, Chantel, you do by all means do that. That is cute. He would know that you love him dearly and that you love him that much. You want to see his ass on that pillow when you go to sleep. That's what's up. I am not discrediting you or anybody that does it. I'm just warning you and whoever that does those type of things that this is the things that can happen because the mind plays tricks on you. Everybody on this panel, whoever you know, let's say you know 20 people, family, friends, or whatever. More than half of those people are on the damn pill. You can't say because you're walking around and everybody's smiling in your face that they're actually happy. We all know that some people are really suffering from trauma from their childhood. So you have to be mindful of those type of things. No one's gonna sit here and say, "Yeah, I need help with controlling my mind, and this is what I do." No one has to tell you that insight. But the reality is this is what's actually happening. So Chantel might not be popping no pill and going about her day. So she might not have to deal with stuff like that. But there are other people who are doing it. And I'm just saying, hey, I'm warning that person. You can be with people like that. I'm never saying that. I never said that.
I think it's best if we start encouraging women to not necessarily not do the behavior, like put their faces on the pillow, but do the behavior for the right person. And
I
I
agree
think,
with Chantel.
Bruzo, I can never pronounce people's names, so please pardon me if I get your name wrong. I think we're too focused on, oh yeah, women are doing all these things for the wrong men, so they should just stop doing these things. How about we focus on, keep doing these things, but make sure you're doing it for the right man.
Let me speak for myself. What I meant was, you have women out here that's giving all the goodies up. They going to these crazy measures, and they're not getting nothing in return on the investment. I'm saying that,
Bruiser, the women aren't investing in anything; they're getting stuck.
Let me make my point. I'm saying you didn't marry her. I'm saying that it's happening. It's not just you, Dusto. It happens a lot. You got a lot of women carrying babies because they thought this man was gonna marry them. No, I'm saying you need to do all those things that you want to do whenever you know it's a sure thing, or you actually get into a committed relationship or a marriage before you start fucking putting tattoos and faces on pillows and giving guys babies and shit. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Bruiser, that's not your call, though.
It ain't got to be my call, but that's what I preach and that's what I believe, and I have the right to say it.
Right,
So
that's you're keeping people single.
I ain't
because you're telling people hold off and then wait, and then somehow you're gonna get married. You can give it all.
I know people that's in a relationship right now because of me. I have friends that's married because of me.
So, Bruiser, you're basically saying sign the contract, and then once you sign the contract, I'll show you what all I'm bringing.
So that's you going to the extreme.
You just said wait until you're married.
I said, okay, in that case, for the extreme, I would say for a baby, you damn right sign a contract.
For a baby, yes, but what about the cute things? What about the things
You
that
can do
will
all
show?
those things, but I'm saying, like, to Lady Da's point, when women move different than men, and what I'm starting to understand about women, the motherfuckers get really emotionally attached, and it can be damaging. So when you do all this shit about pillows and tattoos and pictures in the mirror and all that shit, and now you got to go rip it up and take it down. Now you got to go buy a new pillow.
Bruiser, half these women are
So
lying.
then,
to
wouldn't
you,
it
bro.
make sense to only
You're
get
actually lying.
emotionally attached to a man of value?
I'll explain it.
Shut up! Don't kill me,
Bruiser. Most of these, okay. Show me the women. Let's go panel for panel. Show me the women that lost weight for a man. Let's get some names. Put them in the back chat. Women that lost weight for a man.
Who are you asking this question to?
Anybody.
No, because we're told to not do anything.
My point is this.
Yeah, you gotta wait till you're married.
You
You gotta wait till you're married
they're
for all that.
married. He's supposed to
woman I've been
sign the
with,
contract when you're a widow and then hold up on faith that you're gonna lose
No,
the weight.
Bruiser, my point is this. The women are coming and crying victim regardless of what happened. They're oppressed because the men are dusting, the men ain't this. These men's is. It's always a man's fault. They go get with John Dustasor, who knew he didn't have no job, who knew had 6 women on the side. They knew who the dude was. They got bent over, stuck, and Ubered to the streets. And it's always a victim story. Oh, he didn't have a job. Oh, he beat me. Oh, he. I mean, when he raised his hand like this when he first met you, you knew he was Ike Turner. When he was playing Madden at 3 in the afternoon and then was on a panel at 3 in the morning, you knew he didn't have no damn job. When he showed up to pound and freaking his drawers were hanging to one side and his meat was burnt out, he was sticking somebody else. They know. They just want to do what they want to do and justify it with dust. But the truth is, sometimes they meet a good person, and for whatever reason, it doesn't work out.
Wait.
Sometimes there's some L's.
Wait, hold on.
Well, I got myself.
That doesn't mean that. Hold on. I didn't say if someone is possessive, because that's the word I use. I'm gonna stick to what I said. If someone is possessive, does not mean they're a bad person. I said that they're suffering from mental illness. Mental illness does not make a bad person, like at all. You just have something that you have to work on, and you gotta just do that. That is not you bad all of a sudden. No, that's not how mental illness works.
I think I think women who want to inspire for marriage should be possessive because the man is supposed to belong to that woman, and the woman's supposed to belong to that man. And you might as well start practicing it leading up into the marriage until you get there. Not just showing up and saying, "Are we getting married?" Huh?
I agree.
If that's the case, when we go on a date, we're going 50-50 because I want to know if you're going to be a wife.
Wait, I said levels. So of course I look at my man like that. That's my man. The fuck you thought? But I said that there's levels. I'm just saying there's levels to it. So I look at him like that. Yes, of course. I'm just not gonna go that far.
I'm saying given the state of society in the day, I believe personally women should move a totally different how they've been moving.
They're not moving. They need to move on treadmills to start. No, Bruce, that's what I'm saying.
I think
all the stuff that they're saying they should do
as a whole boycott.
Sex. They're not going to do it.
Don't even have sex. Don't even give it up. Like, just stop it.
I think
they're giving the vagina away. They're running and scrambling.
I didn't say that. I'm saying they are. I'm agreeing with you. We're both agreeing. They are giving up the vagina. I'm saying that shit need to stop.
But Bruiser, it doesn't matter if they get bent over by 50 dudes or 5 dudes. There's stuff, like I say this 100 times on panels. We asked these women to lose weight. They said no. We asked them to burn the damn wigs.
About the wig.
No, I'm just talking about stuff that men have asked of women. Everything they asked, the women said no. They're not going to do it. Then what happens? Here come the trolls. That's where I come in. Give them hell on every panel that I can.
You the same dude that say they shouldn't wear a wig, man. Just stop.
I think women aren't giving up anything. Like they aren't doing anything. The simple fact that putting a face on the pillow is now the topic of the conversation. The only thing they're giving up really is sex, and men can buy that. like anywhere. There's OnlyFans. So if sex is the only thing you're gonna say women need to hold on to, they're not getting wife up from their sex anyways. So they're not doing anything. Let's bring it back to the weights. You tell a woman lose weight for her man, and that's oppression for some reason. So I mean, the point to say, oh, women need to stop giving up anything, as if to say men are being nonchalant because they don't want to work hard. When look at what women are bringing to the dating market.
Everything we asked them to do, they said no. You see this Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesdays on your panel. You have the same conversations and they keep saying, no, we're not going to do it.
That don't mean that I got to stop pushing what I believe and what I know works. And
no, I agree. I'm with you. I just troll them instead because I know they don't listen.
I'm just saying, like, this weight thing, I get it, man. You got women
I'm just painting a picture. It's not like women are coming out here. I gave my all. I did it. No, they're doing what they want to do.
They're going to get surgery, bro. I already know. I'm not going to even.
Did men ask for them to get surgeries and have a skinny neck and one titty over here? 3 years later, they get fatter. And then got all this funny looking skin. I ain't gonna get on the surgery.
The only thing I can do is refer them to a personal trainer.
And what do they say? No. And they come on a panel 6 weeks later, fatter. Head can't even fit on the screen. Still,
Shout out to my wife. A lot of women lack accountability.
Man, that lack of accountability goes all around.
Especially these red pill dudes.
Especially these red pill dudes.
You seem to give hell to the men up here crying too. It's like when y'all were trying to talk to them dudes about marriage and they just wanted to keep. I mean,
yeah, but the thing about the difference between the men and accountability is it's a different thing, though. You'd have to actually study and understand the society to learn it. Like, women don't have to hold themselves accountable. They can be promiscuous, they can have kids and stuff. They have laws and policies and all that stuff in place to incentivize and protect that. And they don't have to have shame.
But the laws are a lie. Yeah. It's actually a lie. They just don't know it.
I'm just saying, a man.
They do have shame.
They can't sit here and decide, I don't want to be accountable for my actions. No, they have things in place that's automatically going to come into effect, regardless if you want to take accountability as a man or not. I'm saying women don't have that.
Are you sure? The women who are out here running out here crazy, getting bent over, stuck, 3 babies and 4 wigs, are they running Wall Street at 40 years old? Or are they running on psych meds, having mutated surgeries, losing their damn mind? So the government can give them a fake little bonus.
Running Wall Street, though.
Huh?
Yeah, you trolling now.
No, I'm being serious. Because of people saying, man, the system.
Women can be
raggedy ass house.
Checking every block, and they still ain't gonna be running Wall Street. They ain't got running Wall Street. Is not like the ultimate goal of being accountable.
No, my point is, when they're 20 and 25, you're saying they're not accountable. That would mean when they're 40, they got it made.
I didn't say an age of a woman is measured by accountability. I'm saying women, period. Don't matter how old you are or not, there's no accountability like there is for a man in today's society. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's disadvantages for a man getting in a relationship and a marriage that aren't necessarily the same for a woman. So if
there's disadvantages to both. They both lose.
Okay, so we can sit here and say it's disadvantages. I can say it's disadvantages for a man, and you can say, well, it's disadvantages of both. I can say Black Lives Matter. You can say all lives matter. We can go and do this shit all day. What I'm saying, and I'm not even a supporter of Black Lives Matter, just for the record. What I'm saying is, when you get into a marriage, there's certain things that are going to remain consistent, and there's things on for both, and there's things on the woman's behalf. It's gonna come out to be conditional.
Well, Bruiser, ask yourself this. Let's be real. Is your wife better off with you or without you? Since these incentives are so great to leave the marriage. Is Section 8 housing or living with you?
Incentives to leave the marriage. I said there's incentives for lack of accountability on a woman's behalf. I didn't disclose whether it was to leave or stay in the marriage. So you adding that and you're moving the goalpost with your question.
Huh?
Let me break it down for you, bro, so you won't have all these crazy ass questions. If you get in the marriage, what do you think your duty is? Your primary duty.
Let them tell you. Don't
Lead
even
the
ask me.
household.
Okay, so you could say lead to household, or you can give it a little further. You can go a little further with the details. You could say, okay, it's my duty to protect the house.
Mm-hmm.
My duty to provide and pay the bills, right?
Mm-hmm.
Any bump in the night, you're not gonna say, hey, look, you go get it. You're gonna say,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go get it, and you and the babies, you should stay in the bed. That's every night. It don't matter. You don't take a break, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is her
I
duty?
heard this talking point 500 times.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, you heard it 500 times. Why are we having this conversation?
So hold on.
Because you're missing the point.
Y'all keep saying talking points. Some people just believe the quote unquote talking point. Why gotta be like something that could be discredited because all these other people saying it, and now it's like, no, we can't say it because it's a talking point. I don't get that.
What I'm saying. Okay.
We gotta translate it into a whole nother language so it can be exempt from a talking point, so it can have some weight. Because if
what I'm trying to do is explain
who kind of use talking points or say, oh, that's a talking point against you. It's because they trying to take away the credibility of the truth. Because it's said so much, they say, okay, too many people are saying it, so it don't hold any weight. You got to say something new for it to hold weight. But
no, I'm telling you, it's not a truth. What I'm saying is this: a woman leaves the marriage. This is what the men keep saying. Woman leaves the marriage. The government gives them Section 8 housing and food stamps. Ooh. Okay. When the women do this and leave the house,
I was just trying to break it down, man.
No, hold on. I'm just saying, when the women leave the house and do this and break up their marriage, 9.9 times out of 10, they end up in a worse situation. Is that true or false?
Man, look.
Or are they running out and getting rescued to better, taller, richer men?
We all over the place right now. That's not the points I was saying.
Okay, no, this is the point I'm making about the help holding accountable.
Because it seemed like you got a wall up that you really trying to get to something else, and you're not really trying to hear what I'm saying. Lady Di, let me ask you a question. You cook and clean every day?
Yes.
Every fucking day you cook and clean?
Not every day.
Okay, so you take a break sometimes. Sometimes y'all eat out.
I take a break. Yeah, I take a
Okay,
break.
so whenever you exhausted, you tired from work, and when your husband want to have sex, sometimes just be honest. Do you be like, oh, I'm tired, babe? Can we do it tomorrow or some shit? Just be honest.
Okay, I used to do that. Now I don't do that.
Okay, you don't do that no more because you probably got but you take a break, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, okay, so let's say, do you ask him, can you take a break, or you just make that decision on your own, right? You don't come to the table and say, hey, this is what I'm gonna do this week. No, you just do it, right?
Yeah.
Without his say so, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so whenever you gain weight or anything like that, you don't come in and say, hey, look, for the next few months, I'm not gonna really do nothing, eat whatever I want when I gain weight. You don't ask him, can you do it? You just do it, right?
Yeah.
So whenever he decides, let's flip it. Now, let's say his duty is to, let's say just fucking pay bills or protect the house. He don't take a break on any of those, right? Whenever you say you don't want to have sex, did he say, oh, I'm going to take a break when there's a bump in the middle of the night? No, he's still going to serve that bump in the middle of the night, right? He's still going to fulfill his duties, and it's going to be consistent regardless of anything that you say you was going to provide in the relationship becomes conditional based on how you feel, right? Even up to divorce, even up to the time you separate, right, from an argument, and y'all getting ready to get a divorce, he still got to pay those bills, right, and protect the household, right? And all the while, you still can pull back everything that you said, right? So what I'm saying is, whenever you get in a relationship, a man's duty never stops. It's consistent. When a woman gets into a relationship, her duty and the things that she provides becomes conditional. That's what I'm saying. And when
I'm saying something totally different.
And sometimes even after the marriage, the man's duty, his provisions and protection is still allotted to the woman, depending on how long they've been in the relationship. Well, that's what I'm saying. Accountability.
I think what Dusto was saying initially with the whole YouTube talking points is that, we have an opportunity to get on these platforms and have genuine conversation with legit critical thinking based on, where the conversation is going. And when we try to have these conversations and really break things down, it's kind of hard to get further because we take this we take this stance and this hard line, like, based on my YouTube talking points, I have to defend this, rather than literally opening up your mind and being receptive to the information of actual critical thinker, and massaging out to get a better result and coming up with a solution. And it's just like, that's why we can't, like, I feel Dusto's sentiment when dealing with red pill dudes, because they get so stuck on these talking points that are formulated by smarter people than them. So they're just like, oh, this is the gospel now. It's like, no, they're smarter people than the people who invented these YouTube talking points. And it's like, I happen to be one of them. So I can critically think on the go.
Hey, Bruiser, remember when Trigger Mike
we
was
can
up
find
there
better
talking
solutions.
Remember when Trigger Mike was talking about, because based on the YouTube talking points, if a high value man can exercise option, what if your woman said you ain't cheating or I'm divorcing and you do it, you can't pull that out in court. High value man.
This is where y'all drop the ball. A lot of these.
That's what I'm talking about with the talking points.
Yeah,
but that is their problem. That's y'all putting their dumb. Hold on. Y'all putting their dumb shit on. Like, I'm just gonna use me. Y'all gonna put that dumb shit on me. I don't do shit like that. That's
as long as you support them.
Like, that's like you go to a Christian church.
It's spillover.
Most Christian churches, right? They gonna ask for all this fucking money. Then another other church is not going to. Does that mean all Christian churches do the same goddamn thing? That's their fucking problem. That's all I'm saying. Like, that's not.
But I get what you're saying, Lady Di, and you're absolutely right. But it's just like when we do have the opportunity to have a genuine conversation and dialogue, and then these YouTube points get introduced and we refute them, there's no back and forth dialogue. It's just like, okay, let me pivot to another YouTube talking point instead of having the ability to critically think and come up with a solution.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, there's nobody on YouTube that has life completely figured out.
Well, you know what causes this? The reason why people always have points and they write down shit they say over and over on different panels. Because you keep having the same goddamn conversation over and over. And it's exhausting being able to re-explain yourself. But one thing you got to understand about
listen.
Chantel, you still there, honey?
You have people that share the same ideology. So they talk the same, they speak the same things. Then you got people who actually go and read and show themselves approved to say the things. And they actually can give you context behind what they are saying. And it's up to you to eat the meat and spit out the bones. So if you take Logic came on one of my panels whenever I was talking about the dating market and sexual market value. And I actually broke it down. And he said, like, nobody's ever been able to break that down. And he explained why it could be dangerous when people using YouTube talking points. You have to be able to recognize, can you understand the truth behind it? Can you understand the context behind it? If not, then ask a different question. If you can't, if what somebody is saying is true, who gives a fuck if it's a talking point?
So you understand that. Hold on, I'm just gonna say this one little thing. There's levels. There's levels to everything, right? There's levels to dialogue. There's levels to communication. There's levels to effectively communicating. There's levels to effectively listening. And this is the part that most of the YouTube talking points cannot encompass because it requires listening. It requires being being able to receive the information and having the ability to critically think. And this is the disconnect that all YouTube talking points have because you don't understand it. I'm explaining it. Lady Di probably gets it.
I don't even know how we even got here.
Because we're trying to have a genuine conversation and get to a solution. And when Dusto says something that has some truth to it, instead of acknowledging the truth that's in it and saying, oh, yeah, but here's another perspective to look at it. And we can get to some level of mutual agreement and massaging it out. It's like combat it, like, no, it's this. And then go straight to YouTube talking points.
What's wrong with
Bruce, I never even got to finish the thing that I was even saying about that.
What's wrong with challenging what someone says on here? What are you here for? Like, what do you come to a panel and have a discussion, a debate about a topic?
I come to learn.
Challenge a different perspective. What are we doing here for? What do we spend 3 hours and 38 minutes doing it?
I come to learn, and sometimes, a lot of times,
that's the problem. That's the reason why y'all feel victimized by YouTube talking points. But y'all came in this space to learn. You know what?
Nobody is being victimized. I'm just saying that, like, the YouTube talking points are basic.
We went and learned.
Smarter people can see through that. Pick them apart. Learn levels of critical thinking. Outside of shit on any YouTube talking point.
We went to learn outside.
Which is what I'm doing in real time.
We went and studied.
I didn't prepare for this.
We went and got certifications to show ourselves approved to talk. Y'all came here to learn. So that when y'all come in here and talk about, oh, I'm a victim of a talking point, that's your fault because you came here to learn. You got to go somewhere else to learn if you don't want to be victimized by a talking point.
No one said they were a victim.
You can learn anywhere.
You can learn anything.
You're missing the point.
You're going to call yourself a victim
because he's stuck on the talking points.
So what I did, I learned outside of this. I didn't have to come to YouTube to learn nothing. So when somebody hit me with a talking point, I'm able to look right past the shit. I'm able to dissect it, or I'm able to dismiss it. I don't let it get the best of me to where I gotta say,
so, man.
So you've never heard anything from YouTube? You've never heard another perspective and like thought upon it?
Yeah, I thought about it, and if I thought it was some bullshit, I called it out. Lady Dot hear me every Sunday on it. Every Sunday. I even kicked some shit that nobody even ever heard when I stated that women don't have control over their vagina. You never heard that on YouTube, right?
I think one of the biggest
and I
issues
slowly
is-
disagreed and dismantled that.
Man, you got the right to do it.
Hey, Bruiser, why do you think they don't invite me on Sunday?
Hold on, let Chantel say what she got to say.
Go down and talk
I
about
think
it.
one of the
Go ahead,
biggest
Sartell. I'm you.
a lot of people are only learning from YouTube. So they come on YouTube, hear the talking points. They don't pick up a book. They don't read an article. They don't talk to anybody outside of YouTube. They hear what YouTube have to say and then they run with it. That's one of the things that, I mean, even though I supported Kevin Samuels as much as I do, that's one of the disadvantage of Kevin Samuels' channel, because so many people are taking his word as gospel and
But
not
that's the wrong way to look at it. You can't say it's a disadvantage of his channel. That's a disadvantage on that person that's taking that information and just running with
that's
it.
true.
You
And
can't put
without
the burden
even
on the man, on the messenger. He's
Yeah.
giving you a message. It's up to you to go and dissect it or get more context.
Chantel agreed with you. But go ahead, Chantel.
I am agreeing. I am agreeing. And it's like instead of like you hear what he's saying and you take his word as gospel. So instead of even saying let me go outside of YouTube and get a mentor, or if you're in the church, get somebody in the church or something to back up Kevin's statement. We're like, no, Kevin Samuel said this, so it must be true. So I get what y'all are saying about YouTube talking points. A lot of people just like they too much on YouTube, man. Let's pick up a book and let's find information outside of YouTube.
I agree. Like I never heard of this pick me shit until I got on YouTube. I was like, pick me? What?
I never heard
Girl, I'm like, what's a pick me?
I
Hey,
get
Bruiser, you see me rip apart these talking points one by one.
Which talking? Like, what are you
Go
talking
1-on-5 against the victim army.
Yeah.
You've seen this multiple
about?
times.
First panel?
Any
All of
panel.
them. You
I
see
go
me go
on
1-on-5
and
probably
I
before.
never hear anybody say Kevin Samuels said this, so this is what I believe. I only hear that when people who get into a wall in the conversation where they can't break through, and then they yell out, they pull out their white flag and say, "Oh, that's a talking point," because they don't have anything else to challenge it.
Okay, hey, all right, Bruce, let me backtrack. Let me go back to all the way to the beginning. When you were talking about the women being held accountable, this is what I was trying to say. The way that the men express it, what's being implied, is that they go out here, they gotta make 6 figures, they gotta do all this stuff, and then they get the woman and they marry her, and she can divorce and take half because she changed her mind. Now the court makes the man pay all the money, and she can take the house and she can do all this. This is what they're implying, to the point where they're always doing, I ain't getting married. Now, if you go over to Derek Craxton's page, 700,000 subscribers, and you look in the comment section, you'll see wig after wig after wig. All these miserable women, 30, 40, 50 years old, divorced. I hate these men. These men just ain't nothing. That's where they're held accountable. When they look in the mirror, and that's who they are.
Yep.
They divorced. They had Mr. Jenkins, they had the dude, and they ran off, joined the Nation of Wigwam, and they out here crazy. That's when they're held accountable. Yeah, they got a government check coming. Yeah, they got child support. They are absolutely miserable to the point where they got, I ain't gonna say drop names. They have misery panels that I won't even click the link and go in there.
Yeah.
I don't even know how. See, like I don't even know where to begin to even search for panels like that. So like I'm not. So I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but it's not of my interest to even run up on a Derek Jackson page to even look at the comments and see or to find panels that people going to go and have a pity party. I don't come in this space for that. What I do is I come in this space. I have an understanding what it takes to be a husband in the marriage, and I try to share that with men who want to be likewise, and that's all I can do. And if I have a talking point or something,
no, Bruce, you're somebody I actually rock with when I be on the panel.
If somebody said something that I probably say, or if I've read something, or I went to the same school, or learned something, or I've been brought up in something, like I for one been brought up in this really, really shitty situation, dude. I came from fucking, my auntie was on drugs. She had to take care of me, man. My mother was on crack. My father wasn't here, man, bro. Like all of my aunties right now and uncles, all of them smoking crack. Bro, I came from the fucking bottom, bro. I had so many examples in front of me to show me that this is not what the fuck I wanted. And what did I do? I went a different route. So if I come on a panel or if I create a channel and I talk about it, it's because I believe there's another way. You don't have to be that way. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I waited till I got married to have a child. I joined the military. I had a plan with me and my wife. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have to work for the man. We don't have to work a 9 to 5. We can go and work for ourselves and do what the fuck we want with our time. We don't want to have to work 20, 30 years or wait till we 65 to draw Social Security and then start enjoying life. We can start enjoying life and you know what I'm saying? I figured out a way to do it. So I'm like, well, damn, I know it's a lot of brothers out here struggling. How about I go and talk to these motherfuckers to see if they can get on the same page?
No, Bruiser, I rock with you. And like I said, you're younger than I am and you're married. When you speak, I at least give the respect of first listening. You're younger than me and married. I don't come up here flexing like some of the Dustimers do. Well, she gonna leave and take half in about 4 years anyway. I don't do that.
No, because there's this thing called prenuptial agreement that you can do if you're concerned about that.
No, I'm just saying. I'll leave it on. I'm just saying. I actually rock with you.
Right.
I rock with y'all on the panel, sensible people.
It can be a YouTube talking points if it's the truth. As Bruiser just said, he's sharing his life experience.
Mm-hmm.
So how is his life experience a YouTube talking point when it's his life experience?
No, I wasn't saying his life. I was just talking. I was going all the way back to where we're talking about
accountability and women.
Women being held accountable.
And the system and
the men
society.
make it seem like the women divorce and they run out here and they party and they're living great lives. No, they actually lose more than the men do.
Well, let me
check.
Let me reveal some personal information and let me see if I can sway you from this, because I think for the most part y'all are saying men and women they're subject to the same accountability at the same level in society today, which is
it's different. But I'm saying it's still lose.
What I'm saying is I got a mother and I got 3 aunties, all on drugs.
Mm-hmm.
All on drugs. Even today, they've been doing drugs since I was maybe 5 or 6 years old. Still to this day. What I'm saying is, if that were a man consuming crack cocaine from the time he was 17, 18 years old to the time he's almost in his 50s, I am saying there's no resources, nothing for him not to work and be able to continue to sustain doing cocaine. There's no benefits for him. There's no medical. There's no pension. None of that stuff for him, so he can be able to sustain that type of lifestyle and not take care of his responsibility. I'm saying there's no man that could be replace my aunties and be do it at the same rate as him. That's the society we live in. That's what I'm trying to say.
Hey, Bruiser, I'm not just directing this towards you, but the reason I push back, not saying what you're saying is wrong, is this: losing is losing. The government can give you a victim check, and all the person will do is go out there and go lose faster with the check. They're funding their victimhood and help them to get out there faster. That's what's happening to the women. Now they're getting fatter. Now they're divorcing faster, and they're losing faster and punishing the kids. It's still a loss.
But I think what Bruiser is saying is that, like, there is a way out for women. Like, there are more homeless shelter for women. Like, people step in to save women more than they save men. So it seems as though women don't have to take accountability, because if they hit rock bottom, then somebody's going to be there to save them. As opposed to if when men hit rock bottom, it's like, figure it out on your own.
I'm just saying losing is losing. A shelter, a victim check, prolonged Medicaid, all of it is losing.
Yeah, I agree with Bruce.
What losing is, bro.
Yeah,
I'm really not lost on that at all. I know what losing is losing. I'm saying there's a proportionate issue in how you there's no justice. You get what I'm saying?
There never will be.
There's no fairness. And I understand that. I understand it won't, but I'm just saying that because I know that it's not that, and I know there's obstacles that men can walk into. I have a level of awareness where I can prevent some of that if I have a conversation with some of these guys. That's what I'm saying. And I have a level of awareness where I can prevent some of the shady situations women can be put in with these guys too, because there's some fucked up dudes out here that just really to just take you to the dumpster and leave you off and just get the box and just leave you in the streets.
True.
I was one of those guys, so I know. I was one of those guys that I didn't give a fuck what her feelings was like. I was just trying to smash as a fucking young guy, young teenager, or young guy going through the early stages of college or early years in college. I know what it takes. I know what a woman's going to have to deal with. So if they have a conversation with me, like, look, if you do this, this, and that, and if you have these signs, then these are the signs. These are the red flags you need to look for. So it's not a matter of.
I got one question. Do you see how the dynamic shifted when you started speaking from personal experiences? You had no pushback. All you had was understanding and people being empathetic or sympathetic to your situation.
Actually,
we all
pushback. He said it wasn't disrespect, but it was pushback.
But we all could understand and we could have like a conversation and it was moving. The minute that it transitions to YouTube talking points is when you're not speaking from experience and you're telling people how they should be living their life. That's what we were saying. That's why we don't like the red pill space. But Bruiser, you already know I rock with you. Like we do this back and forth. So it's not. Hold on. Let me just say this last thing. It's not about you being invalidated just because we have a difference of opinion. It's about really trying to find the solution to things, and it becomes disingenuous when we're trying to have a genuine conversation with us in real time, and the YouTube talking points are being utilized as lines in the sand that cannot get crossed, and we can't get further in depths of the dialogue. And so that's where we have the disconnect. But when you spoke on your personal experience, you had nothing but the free room, and we all listened. We were like, damn, that shit sucks, and we agreed.
I agree also. Yeah, the
So
thing with
look at it like this from here. Hold on, real quick. Let me respond. So look at it like this from here on out. Now that you know this, now that you know that, you're probably more inclined to pay attention and listen whenever somebody pouring their personal feeling or giving you their personal side. How about you, instead of using talking points as a way to victimize, put yourself in a victim state to say you're using a talking point against me because it's a red pill society. How about now that you have this revelation and now you understand, you could say that the talking points is the way to mask privacy.
Okay, Bruiser, understand that if you come with somebody like me or maniac.
That's what I'm saying. You just
hold on.
Let go.
I'm the number one troll across all platforms. I wait for the talking point so I can troll somebody. So when somebody comes and says comes with it's like they're telling me I'm in the first grade and I'm in the 12th or I'm in the 8th grade. That's what it's doing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can hit walls all day, but at the end of the day, I could sit here and tell you, hey, look, you shouldn't date this girl because she's going to run over you because you have a high body count and she's been out here and doing all that. She's not going to take you serious. Or I can pour out my privacy and say, hey, look, I've been in a relationship and she fucked all these dudes and she broke my heart and took everything I had in my life. People can do that all day, but oftentimes you get on a panel where everybody is just trying to get everybody's point real quick in perspective and you just move it on. So you turn it into a bullet.
I get what you're saying fundamentally, but the difference is when you're speaking from personal experience, you're assigning accountability to just yourself. When you use these red pill talking points, you're assigning the bad decisions that you made to a whole class of either guys or a whole class of women. When you say women don't have control over their box, you're saying that you're saying most women don't have control over their box. And that may be your opinion, which you are
actually in that case, I would say all women don't have control.
Okay, so you say all women don't have control of their box. That's your opinion on it. But you have to realize every single person on this panel has a difference of opinion. And I refuted that and said, hey, I don't agree with that because everybody is in control of themselves. So if they're influenced by who they're dealing with, then that's a completely different story. But they still have ultimate control.
Look at the community and look at the society. It shows you that women are out of control.
Are you saying most women? Or are you saying all women?
He said all women.
Well, he said all women about the having control over their box. He not saying
all women.
He's talking about one specific topic with that.
All women don't have control over their box. So that's where I disagree because
I say most don't. I'm with Marty with most.
I would say also, the reason why the exception to the rule is because either those women are hitched in a relationship or they're just practicing celibacy or some type of religion and which in turn came from a man and not from themselves.
But they're practicing it. That means they're the ones doing the
I'm saying
control.
it was something. What I'm saying, whatever you using to mask your own will from being able to do what you want, where you got to look at where does that come from? Where does the influence come from for that?
No.
So like you could say all women don't want to have kids, but you can't really say that because some women do want to have kids. They are having sex at the same rate as the women who do want to have kids, but those women are using technology which administered from a man. So you can't really say they have power. You could say they're using technology. So that you get what I'm saying. These people that are using birth control, you know what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying.
Some of them are virgins.
Okay.
So Bruiser, let me just show you an example. Like, I'm gonna go straight to Dusto. I'm gonna have a conversation with Dusto and something that we disagree on. Dusto said, "Oh, I agree that most women don't have control of their box." I don't believe that. I believe all women have control of their box. So now me and Dusto are gonna have a back and forth conversation. Dusto, you say most women. Why do you think most women?
I think most women can't control their emotions. This world, this is why there's a lot of dudes who come up here and they're so technical. If a dude's 6'4" and blah blah blah, dude, you lost. You're talking to women. Women are emotional. You need to speak their language.
Facts.
This world is controlled, and most of the men, a lot of men are women-raised men. Is why they're so emotional and can't. I mean,
facts.
Emotions run stuff. People can't think, but between now and the next 15 minutes, the government, corporations know it. That's the world we live in. That's why people quit jobs, can't play sport. They out of control. Okay. Women are foundationally emotional. Why would you think they can control something?
Okay, so me and Dusto disagree, and I'm gonna state my case. I say women are in control of their box because at the end of the day, regardless if they're emotional or not, they have control on who they let in them. And I get your point. I'm not saying that I disagree with you fundamentally about women being emotional, but it's just like at the end of the day, they have control. Whether or not they hold on to that control is more, in the lines of self-discipline. So what me and Dusto are doing, what me and the influence, what me and Dusto are doing, we're having dialogue.
Make my point.
But you're missing the bigger point. The bigger point is that you can have conversation and dialogues. No, you're missing it. You're still missing it because you're talking. The bigger point is that you can have dialogues with difference of opinions and still validate somebody else's points without going to YouTube talking points, because we're critically thinking right now. We're having an actual conversation. And this is, but I'm saying this is the problem, because a lot of times on these panels, there are YouTube talking points instead of people just having a conversation and being able to critically think. Everybody's got this pen and pad because they got so much damn time on their hands to, how do I tell people they need to be like this? Or how do I, it's like, I get it. Some people want to be mentors and coaches and all of that. Like, that's great. But, when somebody presents you information that's better, you should at least consider it. And I consider Dusto's point, and I agree with him that women are more emotional.
Both of y'all just made my point.
Okay, hold on. So whoever is receiving the message, that's their problem. Like, we could say whatever we want. I could say, hey, women should wait until marriage to have sex, right? Because I've seen in my community and all of this stuff that it doesn't work out well. You got baby mamas running around because they're having sex with the wrong people, blah, blah, blah. That's just what I'm seeing in the community. I can say that because this is just what it is. But absolutely, the person receiving the message, that's up to them how they want to receive the message. They can take it however they want. That's not my problem, though. That's all I'm saying. Like, I'm going to say what I believe, and this is what works for me, and it could work for a lot of people. Now, I'm not expecting, so let's say we got 100 people, and we're in a studio, and we got people talking, and the 100 people that's there, I'm not expecting all 100 people to do what the fuck I'm doing. I expect a small ass percentage, 10% of them to maybe understand, and then 5% of that to do it. That's just reality. I don't convince people like that. It's just like, I'm just saying, for me, it's just, I'm going to reach people because people need to be reached in that way. But how you take it is how you take it.
Yeah, and what you're and the example you gave is just like fundamental truth that we all understand and have an agreement on. It gets convoluted when we get into the details of different levels of things that are just irrelevant, as Dusto literally debunked by just saying, "Hey, oh, woman, to get a woman, you need to be 6 figures, 6 foot, 6 pack, and all these like metrics that like somebody else defined as a high value man." And it's just like, no, what defines the type of woman you get is by you going up to her and her making that decision. That's who you belong to. That's who you can get because it's actually real and it's results driven. It's you can't just say I have all these metrics. You don't walk up to a woman and say I'm this, I'm that. You don't do that. You know, I've never walked up to a woman and said, "Hey, I make this much money." Like, that's weird.
No, but see, this where you falling off the board, and a lot of people falling off the board. That's why y'all can't understand. It's not about you walking up to a woman and say, "Hey, I'm a high value man." Women know how to recognize a high value man. That's
No,
what
they don't.
Yeah,
No, they don't.
Women
No, they don't.
have an ability to recognize a man that's proven, that has drive, that has ambition, that's productive. A woman has the ability to do that, just like she has the ability to recognize a guy that ain't shit. And then you got women that give it up. Women's sexual promiscuity is not based on what they're able to recognize. They're fighting for sexual liberation so they can do whatever. Like Megan Thee Stallion said, do what they want with their body, with whoever they want with their body, when they want with their body, wherever they want with their body. They want that. They want that right, and they fought for it, and I believe they got it. But what I'm trying to tell you is the dating market is whoever the woman want as a mass majority is in control of the dating market. You get what I'm saying? So if all of the women are going for this one guy, it's not a matter of I got to go up to it and tell you. You see my fruit, and once you get to vet me and get information, and you can see that I align with all these things that you want, you're gonna be wanting to hitch to me. That's just how the way it works. You got these women have developed this super dude in their mind, and that's what they're going for. That's what they put their hair on and their makeup and their lashes on for.
But the thing is, like women, you said women can tell high value, and me and Dust were like, nope, that's not true. It's not true at all.
You gotta explain what the definition of high value is.
They can't do it because they're not married. You know, I think Big Smooth said it in the comments.
Whoever's high
there wouldn't
value.
be so many baby mamas in the community. If they could determine what high value was, they wouldn't be giving themselves to these low level dudes.
No, they still will. I just told you whether or not they can recognize a man of high value. It didn't put a restriction on who they have sex with. They can have sex with whoever they want because of sexual liberation. It doesn't matter if you're high value or not, or you the guy who's cleaning the pool. They're gonna have sex with you if they want to have sex with you.
No, Bruiser, we're saying about high value is this.
Yeah, just high value, just that one.
How many times have you heard women come on the panels talking about these men ain't making no money, these men ain't leading, these men ain't they. It's either one of two things.
That makes my whole point.
One, they can't attract a man and they're stuck with Dusty Jenkins over here. Or two, they're walking around, they don't know. I got a regular t-shirt on, dry fit, shorts. Yep. Maniac is wearing it. Just who looks high value when they're over there just pumping gas in a regular paid for
have a conversation with
they
you.
Don't know.
Vet you. They able to recognize.
They still can't.
Not, and men can't do it either.
No, here's the thing. They still can't when they talk to the dudes. Do you know how many times girls in Houston, I don't know why they saw sucker on my forehead. Hey, you gonna buy me some
even got Shaq in there. They don't recognize him.
Yeah, you're gonna buy me a drink. It's my birthday. Hell no. What kind of water do you want? You broke ass. Yep. Now I'm broke because I won't give you any money. They don't know if I made $50,000 a month or $50 a year. No clue. The dude in the VIP just got his FEMA check. He broke as hell, and they think he's the dude with the money.
Facts.
But see, the thing you don't understand is that stuff is. It's not just about whether he can pay a bill or he has this certain money. He's in shape. You know, he has an ego about himself. He care about how he look. You know, the way he walk, the way he dress, everything. All those things matter whenever you become high value. When you're talking about a high earning man, you're talking about a man that's fucking just walking around here looking like a slot. He makes 6 figures or 200.
There are doctors and attorneys, people with big money, and they don't know who they are.
Facts.
They don't know.
That doesn't make them high value though either, just because they're a doctor. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Doctor meets them 6 criteria.
There's doctors that's 5'3", but if you make all,
What does that got to do with high value? Height. It's not,
if you check all these other 3 boxes and you don't check that box that women say they want as a guy is at least 6 feet tall.
that's not part of high value.
That's not. No, women want a guy that's taller than them.
No, height is not a part of the high value conversation.
Listen, they want a guy that's 6 foot tall or higher.
No, that's what a YouTube talking point. This is what we
That's
talk
not
about.
high
with
value.
YouTube talking
High
point.
value is 6 other talking points.
Come from us. These came from the women.
No, what I'm saying, 6 feet, 6 pack, 6 figures is different than what they
We
say
all
is high
know
value.
that talking point lets you know in and of itself that it came from somebody who.
Okay, I see what you're saying, Dusto. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Dusto. They're 2 separate conversations, Bruiser. I think that's where we're getting we're butting heads.
What's up, Ali? Pull up, Ali. Well, he ain't got the.
Yeah. So Bruiser, I'm explaining what Dusto was saying. High value and what women want are 2 different things. Like high value man doesn't fall into that category of 6 foot, 6 figure. It doesn't fall into that category. That's just an aesthetic. But high value is much deeper than that. And Dusto, could you explain?
Somebody in the chat probably can put it in there. They know better. But one of them is Cashaline, 10,000 a month, 3 to 5 years consistently, $10,000 a month. Utility, meaning something you can do and be useful. A network of high value men. What's the other one? Network, utility, the money, visibility.
Visibility. Okay, that's real.
And I forgot the other 2.
Yeah, but see,
Lady Di, I know you know some of these.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing though.
Help us out. Throw us a bone.
Whenever Kevin Samuels made it more popular, he actually took it and put a spin on it. It came from I think
somewhere else.
He read from China or some shit like that. Some Chinese man came up with it, but he put his own spin to it. So high value could be whatever all the women want. Whatever they want, they can actually change the terms of whatever high value or whatever the value or whatever the man they want based on what they want out of a man. They can change the term. They have the power to change the terms.
Yeah, like my term for a high value man is nothing what these women are saying.
Right.
Like,
it's all about what a mass of women want. If a majority if 80% of a woman is going after 1% of the man, what are the things that 1% of the man have? And they actually can articulate that in conversations that you have with them. And he got to have this. He got to It got to be at least 6 inches long, and all this all the way down to that, to the 6-pack, all that. They actually go into detail on what they want. And if you take all of them want that same guy. So now that guy becomes popular. That guy, he gets a power. He gets the power to say, hey, look, y'all giving me all the power. 80%, 90% of y'all want me. Now I can shape you to what I want. Now I have control over what you need to look like if you want me. Now you got to be slim. You got to be in between 18 and 25. You got to be at the peak of your sex. You see the trade-off?
Okay, that makes sense.
You know what I'm saying?
So it wasn't just about high value. It's about being the dude that the women want.
You got to have a low body count. You can't have no kids. That's where it all came. Because now that all y'all want me and I'm part of the 1%, I get to shape you how I want you to be. I get to determine what your history needs to be like in order to qualify for me.
So would you guys say then it's the guy that's in high demand? That's the one who gets to set the standard on the dating market?
That's the one that get to set the standard on what the women must look like, what the women have to bring.
He can only set what's in his own environment, his own
woman
household.
sets the standard on the dating market. The women can say, hey, look, we don't want you no more. We want all the short niggas. And if they all come in as a mass and have the same in unity and have the same preference, then that's the powerful guy. Now that guy has the power. Now the woman needs to look like, because all of the women are going off after the midgets.
No, what I'm saying is they're not controlling the entire market. If there's 5 high value men, they can only control their surrounding. What women are in their circle that are willing to listen.
They are the investors in the market.
If high value men control the market, why in the hell does the market look the way it does?
High value men.
They're getting fatter by the day.
No, it's because the percentage of high value men is small, so that don't even make sense.
Right, that's my point.
I'm saying the women control the dating market. The man, the entity, which all the women are trying to invest in, that all the women are trying to go after, has control over what the investors need to look like in order to reap the benefit from them, in
Right.
order to get their resources.
Imagine like a car dealership. You got all these nice ass cars, but people want the fucking BMW. They don't want the other nice car, which could be a Honda. So them fucking Hondas just gonna sit there and get dusty and get fucked up from the sun beaming on them for damn 2-3 years. That's not a them prop. That's not a the car lot issue. That's the buyer. You know, that's them doing that. They want this high value, you know what they say today. They want that high value man. So they're gonna sit here and wait. Meanwhile, they're not even around men with money, period. You gotta put yourself in that situation. And then it's still smaller. So you still have to like, it's not reality. People just don't live in that space.
They'll rack up a body count with the regular Joes.
I like that metaphor, Lady Di.
Under the high value man. And then they'll say they don't have a high body count. Or they'll dismiss it.
But Bruiser, the other thing is, do they really want a high value man?
They probably don't, man. They probably don't even know what they get themselves into.
Did I mean women I've talked to, and I just go straight forward and just tell them what it is, and they take off run. Well, I would say take off running, but more like take off walking to the buffet, because that's where they're comfortable. Because they know there's work over here, and they're they're not gonna meet them and can't meet them. I wish they would run. Maybe they lose some, but I'm just saying they don't want it. Actually, had to come in at a decent hour. Can't wear a wig leaning to the side. They don't. A lot of them don't want that.
No, but
come with
I'm
their
telling
checkbooks.
They want to remain out of control.
Bro, I'm telling you, there's some guys out there. That will take. There's some high value men that make 6 figures, 6 foot tall, all that other shit. That will take these women with BBLs and wigs and lashes and shit.
Yeah.
Just because you make money, just because you get to the level, it doesn't exempt you from being a beta male or a simp. It doesn't exempt you from that. All these accomplishments doesn't exempt you from taking on the mentality of a beta male or a simp. You can still be a beta male or a simp by having all this high value on these achievements. You can,
and I agree with you. I agree with you, Bruiser.
It broke alpha male.
Facts.
That doesn't determine that. So these women can still get these high value men being with these fake bodies. They can still do it.
You're talking about very few that can slip in there, and they can't keep those men either because they don't respect them.
You can have a sex tape out. Man, a lot of these women listen, and for these women that's getting married to these billionaires, they got sex that like Kim Kardashian got married.
I like this comment.
If Kim Kardashian wasn't at the status she was, she would never even got Kanye West. If Sierra wasn't at the status she was, she would have never pulled a Russell Wilson. Because of their status, they was able to get these guys. So these women out here thinking that, see, they get fucking, they look at these people, these celebrities, and think like, oh, that applies to me. I can get a man like that too. It doesn't matter. I can have all the stuff I did in my sexual past. Doesn't matter. And I got kids. I can still get the Russell Wilsons of the world. No, you can't. Sierra's on a whole different level. Kim Kardashian is on a whole nother level. These women are getting married for status.
But Bruiser, on a higher level, what does that say? To me, what it looks like is, and this is not gender specific at all. This is from both sides, men and women. We say we want certain things, but we will get what we get, and we will get what's in our vicinity and what's in our reach. And there are people who are just going to quote unquote settle it, but they're not really settling. It's just what they actually can get. So I look at it like this. If a woman says, I want a dude to be this, it doesn't matter, because was her last dude that? And where is he? Exactly. So it's just like humility. You have to give people grace to grow and understand that the situation that they want is not the reality of the situation that they're going to get. So I think the better conversation is to, kind of define the attributes that you're willing to be able to be compatible with. And everybody has different compatibility issues. And I've ran into the same problem Dusto has, where it's like you meet a woman and, you're still getting a feel for them. They're getting a feel for you. And because we made it to certain levels of, success in our life, we have a level of understanding to where like, hey, this is what we want, this is who we are, and this is what you would need to do to align in a situation with us. And some women are smart enough to realize, hey, I'm not trying to put in that type of work, or he's going to make me, for me, for example, like I'm a 50-50 guy. Lady Dies gives me shit about it. Bruiser's giving me shit about it. So many people on this YouTube streets are giving me shit about it.
Should
But
be
there's
100, bro.
so there's women who can recognize that and say, oh, okay, well, everything else checks out, but I'm looking for a guy to, fund my lifestyle. So it's no hard feelings. I don't get upset about it. I'm actually appreciative when women come straight up and be straightforward about it, because it saves me time. I'm not investing no more attention into that person. And, we can, shake hands and be on our way. And, that doesn't, exclude me from like, if it's just one of those things of, I don't do this anymore. But if it was just like, okay, well, even though we don't really align, we can still like, have other relations. But
Guys,
yeah.
I'm gonna head out. Great talking to you guys. Great conversation. My bedtime is calling. I gotta leave with a cheesy line though. I'll see y'all next year.
We'll see you.
See
All
you.
right.
Thanks, love.
Yeah.
Bye.
So yeah. So I think it's just a matter of people just having to be more realistic. And you may say, and I tell all men, when women say they want XYZ, don't listen to them. Like, just move how you move and be authentic with how you move and what you expect out of the partner. And then you guys can work out, and she can tell you what she expects from you. And if it's something you align with, then move forward. If it's not, then y'all can be friends or whatever.
Yeah, and another thing I noticed across YouTube, or across a lot of talking points in this conversation,
If you
but just
say
in general.
talking point one more time, I'm
Well,
sorry.
not the talking point, but
Please.
and I just noticed, and I see this when I'm out, and just whatever. Most women and most dudes, you see it, you're at Chili's eating, 70% at least of the people on a date don't even like each other. One doesn't even like the other one, but they still there. Dude don't even like that girl. He just wants some buns. She don't even like him. She really likes Claytron from up the block. She's still stuck on her ex, but she's dealing with him because she wants some attention.
Yeah.
And they'll sit there and keep doing this for 3 to 6 months. Or the woman who's saying that you got to have a six-pack. That's because she don't like you. She's trying to make you into the dude that she really wants.
Facts.
She never liked
Damn.
you. She doesn't. Why is it she called the system on me because she doesn't like you. She doesn't want to be there. So they keep talking about, well, marriage is about duty. Yeah. Do you really want a woman in your house who's there just for duty and she feels like she has to do it? Or do you want a woman who's doing it because that's where she wants to be? They're totally different. She does not want to go out there with them other dudes. She wants to be where you are.
If you're gonna tell me
she don't want to go on girls' trips
with me and marry me, say I do, I expect you to do your damn duty. If you want to be conditional about it and wait later to say you don't want to fucking do it, then don't get married. Don't sell me that bullshit. That's what I want. Because I gotta do my duty and not take a break on my shit. I expect you not to take a break on yours. Miss me with
Bruiser,
go for everybody else to play games with.
Bruiser, all I'm saying is this.
So I just answered the question.
No, I'm just saying. Do you really want a woman doing the duty and she doesn't want to be there?
If
Would
she
you
don't
trust
want to
that?
be there, listen, I want her to be understanding. When you get into a fucking marriage, it's a sacrifice you're making. You know what I'm saying? You don't get to be exempt from the sacrifice, but you get to choose it. So when you make the choice with me, then I expect you to follow through, because this is somebody's life you're playing with. And also, if you're going to procreate with me, then there's some innocent little children's life you're playing with when you get into it. So whenever you go to the altar and you say, I do, then you dismissing all that bullshit. Now you're taking away all that. You gotta put on selflessness. That's why I keep preaching that. You gotta put away your own fucking self. You gotta understand it. There's somebody else you gotta serve. We gotta serve each other.
No, hold on. I
don't want to do, obviously, but I'm going to do them anyways because I said I do at the altar.
Mm-hmm. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying is this, and go to it. Two things. Just going deeper. I go meet woman. She says I do. Yeah, I want to get married. There's some things I told her I was going to be. There's a thing I told her I would provide. Some of it is even emotional stability. We're going to grow together. I'm going to follow you as you change as we get older. I can't just marry you and then say, all right, we're married. I'm going to just be the same consistent generic robot that I was. She might start growing apart and start drifting. I'm not growing. We're not growing together. I'm not leading. I'm not making that situation more appealing for her to want to be there.
You
And that's
deviated from what? Did you deviate from what you were doing?
How can I explain it?
Mm.
Some of it is there's a level of growth that's required.
Was this discussed before the marriage?
Fair game. Fair game.
So,
But even if not, it's still, you're there. What you gonna do?
That's what happened. That's why Derek Jackson outgrew his wife and left her.
Well,
That's
that
why-
was a whole
These guys-
bad example, because you're talking about two people. If you hear what her story is, and then what he was doing, it didn't make a difference what they was doing, bro.
Yeah.
I'm talking about two good people in good faith trying to make something work.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, I get it. He was wrong, bro. He was fucked up for it.
Yeah, so it didn't make a difference.
He's a whole fraud, though.
My
Like, so,
understanding about it is a different understanding that a lot of people skip over. And I said
I'm
this
saying-
before, a lot of guys get in relationships, they get in relationships with people that are at their potential, that are not at, they get in relationships when they're not at their full potential. And when you get to your full potential, you recognize that, damn, I could have had something better. I probably should have waited till I got to my full potential.
I disagree.
yeah, I don't think it's like that,
Look,
man.
that's
I
what
would
I'm
go
saying.
back and get married in my 20s if I could.
You can disagree all you want, but I'm just stating what I believe.
Yeah.
I believe there's pressure when you get to a certain level. When you get to your highest potential and you achieve, you never felt this pressure. You got to be able to know how to deal with it. And if you don't know how to deal with it, it could be the end of your relationship. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm saying if I had the choice.
It happened. It had happened before in a lot of cases.
I'm saying if I had a choice, I would rather go back in my 20s and find somebody then when I was struggling.
You can't go back. You can't go back. You can only go
No,
forward.
of course I can't. But I'm just saying I see more marriages working than people who met younger and grew together than the ones I'm already here, she's already there. It's much harder.
You know LeBron.
I don't know about that.
And no celebrities, because celebrities are celebrities.
But you got to talk about people that everybody know. If I tell you Curtis Lewis down the street, you're not gonna know who the fuck I'm
Right.
talking about. That's why I don't understand when people say don't use celebrity. You have to use something that everybody can relate to and everybody know. So if I say LeBron James, he had the pressure. He wasn't at his potential when he met Savannah. He met her in high school. He's been with her.
He was the chosen one.
So
He was on Slam,
and if
he
he
was LeBron.
be the GOAT King James, you don't see him fucking leaving his wife. He had way more pressure than Derek Jackson. Derek Jackson was weak. I'm saying that there's a possibility for you to be weak as a man. Men think that all these men think out there they just fucking juggernaut and they're just fucking pierceless and they can just eat all the darts of temptation. No, nigga, if you get to that level, bro, you're gonna be fucking tested.
Yeah.
I've been tested and I haven't even been at that level. I can just imagine the magnitude of fucking temptation and persuasion. I'm in fucking Atlanta, bro.
But see, men are tested.
I was in Atlanta and I wasn't impressed.
Yeah, it's not impressive in Atlanta.
You keep
Men are
them.
tested all the time because even though you're walking around, you know, someone might think, Dusto, you look good, so I want to go up to him. Meanwhile, you could have a wife at home. You're gonna be tested. Bruiser, same thing. You just walk outside, go to get some damn milk for his some food for his baby. Someone is gonna be like, ooh, you know what I'm saying? So men, y'all get pressured. I say every day. That's just how it is. So as a woman, I'm like, and for women that have men that's, you know, out there doing what they're doing in a way of providing for the family, your man is tested every day. So don't sit here and think that a woman's not going to try to take your spot. So women need to make sure that they on their A game every goddamn day. I'm not saying you are not going to lack in some stuff. Just don't do it for long. There are times where you're going to not do stuff. There's going to be times where you're tired. There's going to be times where it's just not going to be as planned. But you better realize that you're doing it and snap back into it, because women are out there trying to take your man every damn day.
Every day.
How it is.
Well, I mean, I don't know, my thing, let's say 2013, prime example. Had a girlfriend and I was crazy about this one. I was gone about this woman. And now that I'm dating her, I go out, I'm glowing in the dark, and here come these women eyeballing and hey, how you all this, here they come.
Yeah.
I saw it as one, I enjoyed turning other women down more than I did actually entertaining energy. Like, it could have been Beyonce walk past. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking to me for.
Yeah.
I'm going home to my girl. That's really how I'm. And two, no, they're serious.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
And the other thing was,
That's a goddamn lie, bro. I'm about to get off this live. Y'all talking that bullshit.
No, man. I mean, when you so check this out. So to Dusto's point, when you have a mindset of abundance, I've talked about this before. When you have a mindset of abundance,
miss me with that, yo.
When you have a mindset of abundance, you're not tripping off of a woman that's attractive
Beyonce,
trying to come at you.
Stop it.
No, if I see a Beyonce and I'm in a relationship, it's like cool. I'm in a relationship. This Beyonce.
Oh, hold on, wait. You was in a relationship?
I'm more entertained by turning
if I'm in a relationship
down than sticking me in Beyonce.
Right, you turn Beyonce down. Like, look, I'm in a
I'm
relationship.
turning Beyonce down. No, I'm not gonna say, "Oh, we can sneak." No.
But yeah, here's the other thing now. I see the other woman who know I got a girl or assume I got one. I'm not turned on by that. I see you as a threat.
Yeah.
You know I got a girl. You trying to ruin my life. I don't want to stick my meat in that. I don't want to call you. Get the hell away from me.
Not gonna ruin your life, yo.
Nah, because some of these women
It's
are
not a
like
turn
that.
on.
Man,
I know. We all heard the case of with one chick. She was targeting married men. She was targeting married men.
Probably a millionaire.
She caught AIDS. She had HIV, and she was targeting married men. And every married man that slept with her, she let him, go raw, and she was infecting people because she was very upset that some dude raw dog did her. So it's like, why would you, as a person who has a good relationship, why would you jeopardize that? Why would you bring that into your relationship? So it's just like when you move.
Beyonce, or are you talking about just a regular woman?
I'm talking about any woman, Beyonce, whoever you come up with. If you're in a relationship, then you're not going to entertain that. Like some guys will.
If it's
just like, that's not me. I got
13 Beyonce, and she come to me and say, "Hey, look, I want to smash." I'm gonna go ask my wife, "Can I smash?"
Yeah,
we're different.
Yeah, it's different.
But then again, maybe I got other
I'm
problems.
shutting her down, and I'm gonna tell my wife, "Yo, guess what happened?"
You know what? I'm gonna ask, because I'm like, I'm gonna record this. I'm gonna make billions of dollars off of this. We're gonna be rich for the rest of our life.
I've seen a skit like that. They're like, if a woman, would you let your woman's I don't know, smash Chris Brown, somebody high level to make $1 million or whatever?
Bruiser, would you let that happen?
I mean, he just said.
Yeah. Hold on, because you said if it was Beyonce, you try to make the case.
Look at Shaq. That's my boy. But I'm just being honest, bro. 2013, I don't even know my wife, man. I don't even know who I was dating back in 2013.
Chris Brown. If Chris Brown for $1 million.
Brown.
Peak of her prime.
He not gonna ask it.
Bro, somebody smash my wife? Oh no, that's different, bro. Come on.
Exactly.
No, it's different for a man and a woman, man.
So I'm not letting nobody.
Thank God for the post office and Amazon. There's always another way to make money.
Hey, I would have asked my girlfriend, like, look, Beyonce want me to come knock her down. I'm going to record this video. I'm gonna become famous because I'm gonna be that one nigga that smashed Beyonce. It's only one nigga you know in the world right now, that smashed Beyonce, and that's Jay-Z. Nobody knows any of her exes and none of that.
Someone said
they don't want to get shot.
Beyonce would be for status and ego because she is not the baddest. They're average women who look better or whatever.
True.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like, for example, like, it's nobody. You would be the only person besides Jay-Z to ever have Beyonce. You can make a whole YouTube channel on that. Make 6 figures a fucking month.
And you'll be dead in 3 weeks. Come on, let's be real. Mysterious found in the river.
You'll have one hell of an insurance policy on yourself. Left for
You're gonna use it. Yeah.
Probably like $2, $3, $4, $5 million fucking insurance policy.
All right, y'all.
Let's get out of here, y'all.
It was nice, yo. I appreciate y'all for showing up for real. This conversation did take a turn, but it was a well-needed one.
Trolling, bro.
It's okay.
That's my job. That's what I do.
This was the original question. Everybody on here answered that. Do men want a woman with sexual experience, high body count? Anyway, it was nice, you know. People think I'm monetized. I'm not monetized yet. I'm working on it. So I appreciate everyone who's here commenting. I appreciate you guys on the panel helping me build my my stuff up. So I want to say, what is it? It is Saturday. I hope you guys have a great weekend.
Yeah, Saturday.
Yeah. Hope you guys have a great weekend. And please come again. And I will link up with y'all soon. So I see y'all next time. All right.
All right.
You.
All right.
Thanks for having us.
Everybody, the Duster Sphere is back. Just for those who want to know, the Duster Sphere is back open. We'll start doing shows Thursdays. So
Thursdays. Okay. I want you on my show. I got to hit you up coming up soon if you're available.
No problem.
But I'm going to hit you up. All right.
All right. Have a good one.
You too. Oh my goodness. Yo, what up?
What up? I thought you ended the live. I was hoping Mac would stay in the back chat and I would have dropped the game on him.
Oh, you could stay. I'm about to end in a minute. So you guys, I really appreciate it. Like I said, no, I'm not monetized, but I'm working my way there. I did reach the 1,000 subscriber mark. So the next thing is for some other things to kick in. But like I always say, make sure you keep your days mostly productive. You want to make sure that you're completing most of your goals. Don't waste time bullshit, and you know that's not gonna get you nowhere. So in the meantime, I want you guys to like this video if you haven't already. Please share my content. I will be going live weekly. All right, you guys, have a good weekend.
Artlist.io.
I believe one day, I believe in the future. I believe
Music licensing reimagined.
I believe what you truly desire, you can bring to pass. All you need is a focus and a story to hold, and the faith that you can achieve what's inside your soul. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way,
Artlist.io.
gonna get. Someday we'll make it on by. Someday. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get better. Know that you can make it. Hold it tight, cause they will try to take it.
Music licensing reimagined.
But whatever you do, don't let them break it. 'Cause these moments just a new chance to take into your own hands and shape the life you see inside your dreams. Someday we'll make it on by. Someday. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get.
Artlist.io.
Someday we'll make it on by. Someday we'll make it. Other days we only can try. Either way, no matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get better. In your heart there lives a dream for your soul to master.
Music licensing reimagined.
You breathe, get to chasing after, yeah. All that you want, all that you ever dreamed. You can make anything of this life. Someday we'll make it on by. Other days we only can Someday we only try. No matter what people say. Either way, we're gonna get.
Artlist.io.